weil der Mensch ein Mensch ist, drum braucht er was zum Essen, bitte sehr. Es macht ihn ein Geschwätz nicht satt, das schafft kein Essen her.
Rum links, 2, 3, rum links, 2, 3, wo dein Platz genossen ist. Weil ich heim in die Arbeit einheitskomm, weil du auch ein Arbeiter bist.
Und weil der Mensch ein Mensch ist, drum hat der Stiefel im Gesicht nicht gern. Er will unter sich keinen Sklaven sehen und über sich keinen Herrn.
Drum links 2, 3, drum links 2, 3, wo dein Platz genossen ist. Weil ich heim in die Arbeiter einheitskomm, weil du auch ein Arbeiter bist.
Und weil der Prolet ein Prolet ist, drum wird ihn kein anderer befreien. Es kann die Befreiung der Arbeiter nur das Werk der Arbeiter sein.
Rum links 2, 3, rum links 2, 3, wo dein Platz genossen ist. Weil ich heim in die Arbeiter einheitskomm, weil du auch ein Arbeiter bist.
Здравствуйте, comrades. Welcome to Socialism Saturday. For real this time. Because tonight we are going to be doing what we tried to do last week. But man, what a week it's been. What a week it's been. It has only been 1 week since I started Socialism Saturday last week with the full intention of watching exactly the same presentation that we're going to watch today. And within a couple minutes of me going live, we find out that Donald Trump got shot in the head at a rally. And it just really feels like the world has just completely lost their mind since then on many, 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 many different levels. And so, you know, when stuff like this happens, you know, the left is so strategic, right? The left never takes their eye off the ball. No matter what happens on the left, no matter what setbacks occur, no matter what obstacles get in their way, they never take their eye off the ball. They just keep moving forward. And I have to tell you guys, can I just take a personal moment for me while people are kind of like filing into Socialism Saturday? Because sometimes it takes some people a minute to get here. It takes a minute for the notifications to go out. And so, and mount the like button, please, to make sure YouTube is pushing the stream, because they never do. Can I just take a moment to say, like, this has been a really trying week on a number of levels. And I really feel very disillusioned with everything, to the point where I literally embraced fascism this week. And people think I'm joking about this, or they think I'm grifting, or any number of other things. No, I'm actually not joking. I might be using dry humor to articulate a point because that is my style of communication. But when I say I'm embracing fascism, I literally mean I want a dictator. That's what I'm not joking about that. And the reason that I want a dictator is that it has just become so crystal clear to me in the last week that the problems that we have that have been created by the far left in this country are never going away. It's only going to get worse. And there is no hope of the conservative right fixing this problem. There is no hope of the libertarians getting their shit together anytime soon. And even the so-called anti-woke community, the people who are supposed to be against woke culture, are now completely unified as an unhinged cancel mob against anyone who disagrees with them. In fact, right before I went live, can I tell you what the latest attack on me is by the gang stalkers that have been stalking everything I do for 3 years? Can I tell you guys? Their latest attack on me, the thing that all of the anti-woke influencers are pushing, is Carlin is too fat. Swear to God. Swear to God. Because it's not like I'm on video 6 days a week. It's not like people can see exactly what I look like 6 days a week. But they'll tell you, Carlin is using crazy, deceptive angles on her camera. I literally have a webcam hinged over the top of my computer monitor. It's like a little tiny webcam. It's not even I wish I could take it all and show it to you guys, but then you wouldn't be able to see me anymore. I have a tiny little webcam that I've jerry-rigged to a tripod that has bendy legs, and I made a little hook to hook it over my computer monitor, and that's my camera. But apparently I'm deceptively filming myself, because what they'd really like, and they've asked for this before, what the anti-woke community would really like is if I mounted a camera on my closet door over here, so that you would always be able to look at me from a side view, just so you can know how big my boobs are and how big my tummy is on any given day. I swear to God, this is literally the argument that the anti-woke community, the anti-woke influencers are making right now. I'm not even showing cleavage. Sorry, I mean, I'm not wearing a bra or anything because I don't wear them, but you can't see my tits. And I just bring this up because, like, this is the place that classical liberalism has gotten us, you know? Well, yeah, and this is the other thing. Like let's say, because I lose weight very quickly when I'm actually trying to lose weight. You know, well, actually, I guess like I like, you know, if I wanted to go to the gym and lift weights and do cardio and shit, like I could. It's not really that big a deal. And then they would accuse me of being on Ozempic, so it doesn't really matter. But the thing is, and again, guys, I'm just letting people file in here. We're gonna get to socialism in a second. I'm just having a personal moment because it's been a crazy week. Okay. The thing is, those same anti-woke influencers that are running around Twitter right now going, Carlin is too fat to listen to. Don't listen to any of her ideas because Carlin is fat. You know, she's fat. She's fat. Okay. She's too fat. Those same people last night were literally tweeting at me, accusing me of having a marriage that's falling apart and a shitty home life. And I was like, well, that's funny because I've had sex with my husband twice in the last 24 hours. So I'm pretty sure that my home life is fine. But it's like, they're these are the arguments of the anti-woke influencers. Carlin's marriage is falling apart when it's not. Carlin's too fat to have, like, this is the anti-woke community. And you think that I expect them to save us? You think that I think that these people are going to do anything of value? So we've got the conservative right, who's completely feckless. We've got Donald Trump, who again just disavowed Project 20. Trump at his rally right before I went live said, I'm not an extremist, I'm a moderate. I don't want a moderate. I don't want a moderate. I don't want a fucking classical liberal. I don't want a moderate. I want someone who is going to crush the left unabashedly until it is dead. Figuratively, of course, not literally. I don't believe in violence. But I am so sick of pretending that conservatives are going to get the job done because they can't. I am so sick of pretending that the anti-woke community is going to save us, because they're the ones running around Twitter going, "You're fat," as though that's going to solve any problems. The Libertarian Party is about to go bankrupt, like for real, because they've mismanaged their money so badly. So they're not going to do anything. And then there's the left, and the left just keeps proceeding forward every single day. And that's why they're going to win, and they will win. And, you know, it just sucks. It sucks. It sucks the predicament that we're in. It sucks that there is not a single person. Well, I shouldn't say that. It sucks that there are not more people who are actually pushing back against the greatest challenge that we have to overcome, which is the radical revolutionary far left. So, guys, what we do on this channel on Socialism Saturdays, welcome. If this is your first time to Socialism Saturday, let us know in the chat. And I really do mean that. If you are a newcomer to Socialism Saturday is a little bit more advanced than my normal stream. So please let us know if you're new. And because it helps us to be able to help the new folk along. What we do on Socialism Saturday is we watch the real far left, the farthest of the far left, the most dystopian of the dystopian. The people that we watch on Socialism Saturday are not Democrats. Democrats are not socialists. They are not liberals. Liberals are not socialists. They are not progressives. Progressives are not socialists. They are not even Democratic Socialists of America, because real socialists, the real radical revolutionary far left, considers the Democratic Socialists of America to be way too close to capitalism, and they don't support them either. So what we watch on this show are the people that are pushing every crazy idea in the world today. If you want to know who's pushing gender ideology into schools and attacks on parental rights, it's the people we watch on Socialism Saturday. If you want to know who is pushing critical race theory and anti-racism into schools, it is the people that we watch on Socialism Saturday. If you want to know who's pushing abolish the police, defund the police, it is the people we watch on Socialism Saturday. Literally, if you want to know who's pushing environmental justice, social justice, universal health care, it is the people we watch on Socialism Saturday. Yes. Yep. I mean Marxist. Well, so one thing you guys should know is I use the term socialist, Marxist, and communist relatively interchangeably. And the reason I use the term socialist, Marxist, and communist interchangeably is because they use the terms interchangeably. For people who don't know, because fun fact, I also got accused by the anti-woke community yesterday of not actually doing anything, which is bizarre to me, because one of the things that I do is I go undercover at their events. I infiltrate their private online events and record them and put them out into the world for people to see what they're talking about. I also go undercover at their in-person events. Anyway, when I say they use the term socialist, Marxist, and communist interchangeably, it's because I have heard them repeatedly refer to themselves literally in the same sentence as socialists, Marxists, and communists. So they're using the terms interchangeably, and that's why we use the terms interchangeably. How many events have they gone? How many events? Yeah, well, and this is exactly it. There are people running around Twitter right now going, Carlin's never done anything. Carlin just lies and uses people. And I'm like, how many things have you gone undercover at, motherfucker? And they're like, you haven't really done that. And I'm like, you can literally look at the recordings. They're in my Twitter highlights. They're like, oh, yeah, I don't believe you. I'm like, well, then go look at my Twitter highlights. Yeah, Frank McCormick is one of the biggest retards on the internet, truly and sincerely. Truly and sincerely. Anyway, well, it looks like we do have a couple new people for Socialism Saturday. I'm really glad you guys are here. I promise I will not be complaining about myself the entire time. Just, sometimes I need to get some stuff off my chest. Let me show you what we are watching today. This is what we were supposed to watch last week. Not that. We only use primary source evidence on Socialism Saturday. Do I have a book club? No. Well, I used to do a book club. I've kind of thought about reading the Unhumans book with people because a lot of people are enjoying the Unhumans book. I know Human Centipede read it, and I really value Human Centipede's opinion. He says it's really good. And so I was thinking about maybe doing that, but there's just a lot going on right now, so I kind of have it on my list. But anyway, we've got Sainthood here, who is new for Socialism Saturday. I think I saw someone else on Twitter. VDub new for Socialism Saturday. Okay. So what we do on Socialism Saturday is we go in and we watch real socialists in their natural environment. We go and we watch socialist meetings, we watch socialist presentations, we watch their training, we watch their classes, we watch their conferences. These are the things. The reason that we do this is how socialists teach each other. This is how they recruit more people to the left. These are the ideas that this is not what they're putting out. Like, this is what they tell each other behind closed doors. And we're very lucky they put all this stuff out on the internet to try to reach more people, right? And if you know how to source the information, you can find it very, very easily. If you don't know how to source the information, you have no idea it's happening. But if you know how to source the information, you do find it very, very, very easily. When does Fascist Friday start? Well, I actually hold that thought, Human Centipede. I got something better. Yep, they met in a church. Yep, we'll talk about liberation theology someday. That'll be a fun chat. So the reason that we listen to the far left in the real world is the far left uses a different language than normal people. It is the language of socialist. It sounds like English. Don't be confused. It is not English. What the far left does is they use the same words as we do. They use the same vocabulary as we do. They use a completely different dictionary. So the purpose of watching real far left events is to listen to how they're using language, listen to the ideas, to be able to become fluent in the language of socialist. Now, this past week, we had a really interesting occurrence, and you can read about it on my Substack, which is Carlin, KARLYN.substack.com. Please make sure you subscribe to email updates while you are there. And if you want to support the work I'm doing, you can sign up for $8 a month, $80 a year. And that does help keep me in business because I'm completely crowdsourced by you. But something really interesting happened this past week. A literal socialist keynoted the Republican National Convention on night one. The Teamsters guy, which, by the way, all unions are socialist. Not everyone. I should be like, I want to be careful about this. Not everyone in a union is a socialist because a lot of people are forced to join unions, like many times against their will. But all unions are run by socialists. It's a combination of like socialist and mobster. But all unions are far left. Like socialists are the origin of unions. Unions exist because of socialists. And so I'm not suggesting that everyone in a union is a socialist. I am saying that the leadership of union are always socialists, which is why I was really perturbed at the head of the Teamsters being a keynote at the RNC on Monday night. And the thing of it is my chat was going crazy. Because this guy was speaking socialist. He was speaking the language of socialist, but the 50,000 Republicans in the crowd had no idea he was a socialist because they didn't know the language. People ask me all the time, Carlin, why do we need to learn how to speak socialist? Why do we need to learn this secret hidden coded language that you keep ranting about, and you've been ranting about it for years? Why do we need to do it? You know why you need to do it? Because when a literal socialist keynotes the RNC, you want to know what you're looking at. There were 50,000 Republicans clapping for a literal socialist because they had no idea what the language was. And I promise you guys, it goes so much deeper than that. It really, really does. It goes so much deeper. And people in my chat can confirm this. But when you become fluent in the language of socialist, you start seeing it show up everywhere. You see it show up on TV. You see it show up at the supermarket. You see it show up at your kid's school. You see it show up when you're talking to your kids' teachers or their coaches. You see it show up everywhere. And this ideology, the far left ideology, is more deeply ingrained in our society than most people are aware of. And one of the ways that you can become aware of it is by learning to speak their language. That is why we do what we do. And I promise you guys, once you see it, you will never be able to unsee it. And that's why my chat was going insane on Monday, going, that guy's a fucking socialist. Why the fuck is he speaking at the RNC? And you had 50,000 Republicans in Milwaukee going, yes, yes. They were literally clapping for socialism and had no idea because they don't speak the language. That's why we do what we do. Thank you for the super chat, Southpod. One thing I've noticed, their physical numbers appear to be very small in the low to mid hundreds of gatherings. Are there shadow members? So no, their numbers are significantly larger than that. But the way that socialists operate is in small, decentralized cells all over the country. And I promise you, bro, like, here's the thing. Like, how many people have ever been to a local Republican meeting? I've been to probably, like, I don't know, over 100 local Republican meetings. How many people have ever been to a local Republican meeting? I bet a lot of people here have. Do you know how many people are usually at a local Republican meeting? Maybe a couple dozen. Maybe. So if I were to judge the size of the Republican Party based on what I see when I go to a local Republican meeting, I would say there's like no one here. Yeah, most local Republican meetings have like maybe 20 people at most at them. 20 to 30 people, Charles says. So like, if you're looking at these videos and you're saying there's like no one there, like, what are you talking about? That would be the same thing as going to a local Republican meeting and assuming the Republican Party is really small, huh? There's no one here. It's exactly the same thing. Because what we are talking about are like, the meetings that we watch are decentralized meetings. And what socialists do is they have this massive network of things called collectives. Another way you might think about them is cells. And they organize extremely locally. They do all their stuff on a local level. And that's why it seems like they're small. But again, this is why I beg and am pleading with you guys to learn the language of socialist, because once you start hearing the language, you start realizing they're in every single public school in the country. They are in every single writer's room in Hollywood. They are on staff at every major American publication. Like, and so this is not a small movement. It's actually a very large movement, but because they're completely decentralized, it's kind of hard to see it that way sometimes, but I do appreciate it. Hey guys, I am going to start doing super chat goals just like we did for the RNC. Now, my super chat goals are not going to be as big now as they were for the RNC because I was streaming a lot more, but if you guys could help me get like $100 in super chats on each stream, that'd be pretty great for me, to be honest. It's not something I've ever really pushed, and of course I do enjoy support over at the Substack. The Substack is the main place I'd like to see people supporting my work. But I'm just saying, if you enjoy the streams I'm doing, if 20 of you sent in $5, that would be like $100 a stream. That would be pretty rad. That'd be pretty rad. Let's see. So other ways to support the work I'm doing, I just want to let everyone know that if you head over to the Unwoke Art store, which is unwokeart.com, and this is just on the store's main page, and you just scroll down a little bit, this is the last chance. I am taking these items out of the store tomorrow. This is your last chance to get the special edition Trump RNC merch from the Unwoke Art Store. These are exclusive designs that I have created. We've got 4 designs available. They're all limited edition. They'll all be leaving the store tomorrow evening. We have, of course, the Trump icon design of that iconic moment when Trump got up and lifted his fist in the air after he got shot in the face. We've got the Trump American Gangster design, which is Trump with the orange steel mugshot. We've got the Trump Indictment Victory Tour t-shirt, which is actually really cool. I designed this after concert t-shirts. It's got Trump doing the victory sign on the front, and then on the back, it's got every single Trump indictment listed, just like concert tour dates. There are actually a bunch of hoodies in the store. I don't know why the hoodie link isn't working right now, but there are actually a bunch of hoodies in the store. I'll show you those in a second. And then we do have, actually, I'm not going to show you the t-shirt. We do have the t-shirt, but the piece de resistance. One of the #1 selling items in the history of the store is the golden Trump. It says always get the last laugh on it. It's got a beautiful picture of Trump smiling. This makes a great gift for the Trump lover in your life. People love this mug. It looks so cool in person. So those are the items that are available right now in the Unwoke art store. And if you go to view all, you can even get Trump wrapping paper if you're giving them away as gifts. People love this wrapping paper. I sold a bunch of it for Christmas, got some great reviews on it. So all of this stuff is going to be in the store until tomorrow only. And I do have to go back and fix the hoodie link in the menu, but if you just search for hoodies, I don't know why it's not working because I got a shit ton of hoodies in the store. Hoodies, South Pod, are one of my things. I love hoodies. And so there are a whole bunch of hoodies available in the Unwoke art store. And so if you just search for hoodies for right now, you can find those. And I promise I will go in and fix that menu link at some point, probably tomorrow when I update the store. But all purchases in the store do go to support the work I'm doing. And I really, really, really appreciate that. Let's see. Last thing I wanted to tell you guys before we get started is something wicked this way comes. Something wicked this way comes. So, because I am embracing fascism, because I don't see any other way out, I've decided to start a new show. Now, as you guys know, sadly, I was ending a show with the wrapping paper is awesome. Okay. Wrapping paper is awesome. Oh, here we go. The stalkers are here. Everyone say hi to the stalkers. First, you had problems with the left. Then the anti-woke community. Seems you always have problems wherever you are. Can we look at this person's chat history? Has this person ever chatted in on my channel? Buck, can you look at this person's chat history? See, this is from the anti-woke community. I promise you. This is like an anti-woke person. Hang on. Can I look at the chat history? I don't even know how to do that. If the anti-woke community is acting like the left, Lola, I will absolutely treat them like the left. Oh, wow. That person has never chatted in. Wow. I'm so shocked that the stalkers in the anti-woke community are just like so fucking unhinged that they literally just make these accounts and sit around waiting to meet the subscriber limit just so they can cause problems. I am so shocked. I am so shocked. Another account blocked. Goodbye. Well, I'll tell you what. These stalkers in the anti-woke community are really going to like this announcement. I'll tell you what. Because there's a lot of content I want to watch on the internet. And I kind of feel like if I'm watching content on the internet, I should be doing it with friends on the internet. But the problem is I'm on YouTube. And YouTube has, well, certain limitations on the content that I can watch and consider, and the words I can say, and the words that I can't say, and things like that. So I always have to be careful on YouTube because there's just certain things I can't say or do on YouTube because I do want to keep my channel. I have over 100,000 people subscribed to this channel now. Of course, my audience is very different now than when I amassed that audience, but still, I mean, it's a decent thing to have. I like my audience on YouTube. But I'm going to be trying something a little different coming next month. I'm going to be launching a new show called Something Controversial. Of course, this is a play on, I just ended a show with Joshua, the psychic, called Nothing Remotely Controversial because Joshua had another project come up in his life. He needed more time, and that was just the decision that he made. And, you know, we wish him the best, and he wishes us the best and all that. But since Nothing Remotely Controversial is over, now I'm going to have something controversial. And that something controversial is going to be a Rumble exclusive show. So if you are not subscribed to me on Rumble, let me put this in the chat. Subscribe on Rumble. You can find me at rumble.com/Carlin. And I'll put the link in the chat there. This is a show that's going to be coming in August as a Rumble exclusive. I will not be doing this on YouTube. So if anyone has been putting off subscribing to me on Rumble, like now is the time to move over there. What something controversial is going to be, and you can find this in the top of my Twitter right now because I'm soliciting recommendations. And I want this to be a participatory process for all of you. Here is the idea of the show. I'm starting a new Rumble exclusive show in August called Something Controversial. I'll watch videos on the most controversial banned topics to learn about the different perspectives on them. And if you want to add some links to some videos that you would like me to watch, and guys, the more controversial, the better. I'm talking about the greatest hits. I'm talking about Hitler, the Holocaust, the Jews, 9/11, flat Earth, fucking moon landing. Like, I don't know. Like, I have no idea what videos I might, what rabbit holes I like. You want me to watch racist stuff? I'll watch racist stuff. Now, I'm not saying that I'll agree with it, and I want to be very clear about this. Just because I watch a video doesn't mean I agree with it, but I want to see the most dark, controversial videos on the internet. And if people don't like them, yep, we can talk. We can talk about everything. Everything is on the table. So if lizard chemtrails, fine, whatever videos you guys want me to watch. But I need people to make recommendations. I will be. Yeah, Brucey, this is honestly probably going to be the first set of videos. Now, obviously, I'm not going to watch the whole thing on one stream because that would be like 87 hours of content, because I'm going to be stopping and pausing and talking about it and looking stuff up and things like that. But yeah, this is probably going to be the first set of videos. Yeah, we can do MK Ultra. We can do USS Liberty. We can do COVID stuff. There's so many rabbit holes we can go down. Well, actually, Southpod, it's funny you say that because my psychic friend also thinks the West Memphis 3 were absolutely guilty. So we can do aliens. We can do zeitgeist, all of them, everything. I want everyone to bring their best. And this is going to be a Rumble exclusive, and we're going to really see if we can push the bounds of free speech on Rumble. And we're going to, we're just going to see how that goes. But let me know what videos you want me to watch. That will be coming in August. I'm creating a completely different setup for it. I've got a whole different streaming thing. I've got a whole different way of doing super chats. I've got everything all set up, or I'm working on getting everything all set up, and it's going to be great. Yep, we can do JFK. Yep, everything. And so I think it's going to be really fun, and it'll give us a break from the socialism stuff. And I kind of need a little. I sometimes need a little bit of a break. I'm just saying. But I do want to be very clear that, and I already have a disclaimer written. I already have a disclaimer. Just because, actually, yes, Pat, this is actually already on the list. If someone can find the video, send it to me, and I'll watch it. But if the people have been telling me that, people have been telling me to watch that. Yep, everything. You got, like, leave a tweet on my pin tweet right now, and no, I'm not going to watch the whatever podcast. No, veto. No. But I do already have a disclaimer for the show, and I want to be very clear about this. I am preemptively disavowing every single video that I watch on this show because I do not want it to be an endorsement. And I think we should be allowed to watch crazy videos and watch videos of things that are maybe like even abhorrent, and see if we agree with them or not. And if you don't want to watch the show, you don't have to watch the show, and that's just the way it goes. All right. So that is coming in August. Please make sure you subscribe on my Rumble channel, which is rumble.com/Carlyn, Karlyn. And that way you can be all set up for when something controversial comes a knocking this August. And I'm really excited about that. All right, guys. That's enough rambling from me. Let's get this party started. Yeah. This is an event that took place last Saturday, actually. And so this is an event for the Party for Socialism and Liberation. You can see it is on the Party for Socialism and Liberation YouTube channel. Now, there's not just one socialist party in the United States or one communist party. There are several different groups that are socialist political parties that have socialist or communist candidates that they run. But the Party for Socialism and Liberation is one that you need to be aware of because they are hyperactive. The Party for Socialism and Liberation was involved in organizing and facilitating the campus protests starting at Columbia a couple months ago from the very beginning. So they coordinated with protesters in New York. They coordinated with protesters in Boston. They started coordinating protests nationwide. The Party for Socialism and Liberation Twitter account is one of the main social media vehicles that the campus protesters are using. So these people are highly politically active. They are highly involved, and they are running a presidential and a vice presidential candidate this year. And they held a rally last Saturday right down the street from the RNC in this church where they had a couple of speakers, including their presidential candidate. And I thought this would be a great thing for us to watch for Socialism Saturday because obviously we spent all last week covering the RNC. When the DNC happens in Chicago next month, which is going to be glorious. I cannot wait to cover the DNC. We're going to cover that. So we may as well watch a speech from the socialist presidential candidate to see what they have to say as well. As a reminder, guys, if you have questions in the chat at any point about anything these people are saying or socialism in general, please feel free to chat in. This is especially true for new people. We do want people asking as many questions as possible. The more questions you ask, the more you're going to learn. What I will say is that, just please, everyone just be cool in the chat. Everyone keep it respectful. As a reminder, this is a little bit of a different type of stream. You got to consider yourself to be in a classroom. I am the teacher in the class. You are the students in the class. I expect everyone to behave cordially. I have 2 rules in the chat. Number 1, don't be a dick. Do not insult me. Do not insult other people in the class. If you don't like an answer that I'm giving you, I'm sorry, but you insulting me is not going to change the answer. It's just going to get you banned from my chat. Number 2, no whining. I just don't want to hear it. We're here to learn. We're here to have a good time together. And that's just the way it goes. So without further ado, let's get this party started.
There we go. All right. Thank you, everybody, for coming out today. I'm going to do some real quick housekeeping, and then we're going to jump right into the programming. Appreciate everybody showing up on this hot day, but this is an important event, and I'm very thankful to see so many people in here. First of all, if you need
I'm going
to
to turn my mic volume down a little bit.
Hallway, there are 2 to the right. The first one locks.
That way everyone can turn up their personal volume.
And in the case of an emergency, there's fire exits out this way. You can come where you came from, and additionally this way. I'm hearing a little bit of feedback. Is anybody else hearing that, or is it just me? Okay, if I sound good, I sound good. Also, first of all, before I jump into it, I want everybody who has volunteered to help make this event happen, please stand up or raise your hand. Everybody, give everybody a round of applause. Excellent, excellent. Thank you. So, comrades, neighbors, family, thank you again for coming to Zao MKE Church for this, the first Midwest stop on the Claudia Carina campaign. This really is a historic moment that we're dealing with. This is in mere days, the Republicans are going to descend on this city and occupy it and honestly wall us off from our city. And we can't let that, we're definitely not letting them off the hook, but even more so, we got to remember the Democrats are just as much complacent in this. These 2 parties are enabling so much suffering, and we need an alternative to that. And being out in the streets, talking to people, we all know, right? Capitalism, it's not cutting it.
Oh,
right? We're here
what?
for socialism. We need to build up a socialist movement. And
capitalism is not cutting it. We're here for socialism. Huh. I keep getting told by conservatives that socialists aren't actually attacking capitalism and they never say capitalism. And yet here we are. We're 2 minutes into the speech and they're already talking about capitalism.
That's what we're here to do. Because time and time again.
By the way, for anyone new, I'm sorry for the people who've heard me say this about 8,000 times. For anyone new, you have to understand that the socialist definition of capitalism is very, very specific. It means private property ownership. And when they say private property, they mean your ability to own a home, your ability to own land, your ability to own a business, your ability to have intellectual property, your ability to have an apartment that you rent out as a landlord, your parental rights are considered to be a form of private property, and your individual liberties, your freedom of speech, freedom of religion, are also considered to be a form of private property. So that is what we're talking about. We are not talking about crony capitalism. We're not talking about corrupt capital. We're not talking about any of that. Because I know a lot of people aren't the biggest fans of capitalism, but it's for different reasons. And you really need to understand that when you say you're not a fan of capitalism, it's not for the same reason that they're not a fan of capitalism. They want to take away your ability to own a home. They want to take away your ability to own land. They want the state to own all of this. They want to take away your ability to have a private business. They want to take away your parental rights over your children. They want the state to be in charge of raising children. That includes the state doing 100% public schooling, no private schooling, no homeschooling, 100% public health care. So no private doctors, no private insurance. They want the state to control the food supply. They don't even want you to have a private kitchen in your home. So this is really important to understand. If you don't understand this, you don't understand the left.
Again, we have seen the threat that the Republicans pose to our communities, to our movements, to our organizations, just to our being. And every single time, who has failed to actually fight and do anything for us? The Democrats. The Democrats will say, this is it. This is the time. We got to show up.
Socialists tend to hate Democrats way more than they hate Republicans. Let's just listen to that again. Because this is outside, this is literally down the street from the Republican National Convention. And they're like, yeah, the Republicans are bad, but do you know who really sucks? The Democrats. Because socialists hate the Democrats way, 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 way more than they hate conservatives.
The threat that the Republicans pose to our communities, to our movements, to our organizations, just to our being. And every single time, who has failed to actually fight and do anything for us? The Democrats. The Democrats will say, this is it. This is the time. We got to show up. We got to show up. And every single time, it's just a bargaining chip to legitimize themselves. And
thank you for the super chat, Bill. What do you think about reports that they're going to replace Biden with Hillary? Oh, yo, I heard about this. I heard about this earlier. Did anyone else hear about this? Apparently, the rumor is that Hillary Clinton might end up being the Democratic nominee for president. And I gotta say, like, I felt a little tingle in my heart when I heard that Hillary Clinton might be the Democrat nominee for president. I think my heart, I think, grew a size with joy and glee at the prospect of literally having a Trump-Hillary rematch. I mean, can you guys think of anything better? Oh, it would be the best. It would be amazing. And to see Hillary lose twice to Trump, yo, Hillary's head might burst into flames at the prospect of losing twice to Trump. It would be amazing. It would be awesome.
The contradictions of capitalism are so extreme that everybody knows we need an alternative. Everybody knows it. From the ongoing genocide in Palestine and in Sudan, the genocide that happened in Yemen.
They're blaming Yemen and Palestine on capitalism. You guys catch that?
The strangling of Latin America through economic sanctions and embargoes. This is a bipartisan project. This is a capitalist project. This is something that we as people cannot stand for, because these are our siblings, these are our brothers and sisters everywhere else, and we need to unite internationally to bring this system down and fight for socialism. We need a new system.
So as a reminder, the 4 goals, and I know I'm pausing a lot, but he's giving me so much meat to work with, I can't help it. The 4 goals of the woke left are always and forever the same. The 4 goals of the woke left are gain as much power as possible, destabilize the system, attack capitalism, usher in their Marxist utopia. Every single thing the left does is designed to achieve one or more of those four goals. So just to review for people who might be new or people who need a little refresher, the first goal, gain as much power as possible, means getting into positions of institutional power where they get themselves in jobs where they can't be fired. It, to a lesser extent, means getting themselves into positions of political power as well. However, the left gains power by getting institutional power. Again, getting yourself into jobs and government, as college professors, in the military, stuff like that, where it's really difficult for you to get fired. That is much more powerful than getting elected to a position in office. But they'll do both. But usually we're more worried about the institutional power than the political power. So that's goal number one, gain as much power as possible. What do they do once they have that power? Goal number two, destabilize the system. What destabilize the system means, they cause problems. They protest, they burn things down, they block highways, they disrupt events, they do Occupy Wall Street, they do college protests, they cause problems that cause people in society pain. What happens when they cause problems? They say, do you know what's to blame for all of these problems that we have right now? Capitalism. Capitalism is the source of all of our problems. You just heard this guy do that. This guy was like, that genocide in Gaza, it's capitalism. The genocide in Yemen, capitalism. All of these global problems that we have right now, the fault of capitalism. Why are they blaming capitalism? Because the next thing they want to do is say, you know what? Capitalism doesn't work. It doesn't work as a system. We need to get rid of it. And remember, capitalism is specifically defined as private property ownership. You will own nothing and you will be happy is what they want. So they cause all these problems. They say capitalism is the cause of all these problems. Doesn't capitalism suck? Shouldn't we try something else? And then they go, how about Marxism? How about we do Marxism? How about socialism? Socialism will fix all our problems. Capitalism created all of our problems. Socialism will fix all of our problems. So do you guys see the pattern at play? This is the pattern that you always need to watch out for. Again, gain as much power as possible, destabilize the system, attack capitalism, usher in their Marxist utopia. And the phase that we're in right now, you're going to see a lot more attacks on capitalism. That's what they're highly focused on. Just anytime you hear a leftist mention the word capitalism, make note of it in your head, because that's something we're going to start hearing a lot more in the coming years, because they've really destabilized a lot of stuff right now. And so now they're moving into the concerted attacks on capitalism, because the goal is to turn the general public against capitalism so they can go, how about we try Marxism? How about socialism? You want to do socialism? Because socialism is going to be better. And that's literally what this guy just said. Let's just listen to this again. Knowing that the goal is to attack capitalism, to overthrow it, let's listen to this again.
Anything for us. The Democrats will say, this is it. This is the time. We got to show up. We got to show up. And every single time, it's just a bargaining chip to legitimize themselves. And the contradictions of capitalism are so extreme that everybody knows we need an alternative. Everybody knows it. From the ongoing genocide in Palestine and in Sudan, the genocide that happened in Yemen, the strangling of Latin America through economic sanctions and embargoes. This is a bipartisan project. This is a capitalist project. This is something that we as people cannot stand for, because these are our siblings, these are our brothers and sisters everywhere else, and we need to unite internationally to bring this system down and fight for socialism. We need a new system.
Capitalism caused all these problems in the world. Capitalism is literally the cause of genocide. We need to replace capitalism with a new system. We need socialism. How about we try socialism? You guys see how that works? Sainthood over on Twitter says, would it be more accurate to say the never-ending Israeli wars were a form of mercantilism? It doesn't matter. No. What you're doing, Sainthood, and this is a piece of advice that I'm going to give for everyone new watching Socialism Saturday, you are using your definition of the word. Now, you're on the dissident right, I believe. The dissident right defines words and concepts completely differently than the far left. You right now are using the dissident right definition of the concept. You are not using the radical revolutionary far left definition. They have a completely different dictionary than you do. So this would make sense using your dictionary. It does not make sense using their dictionary. In their dictionary, they see the Israelis, the settler colonists, as the enforcers of capitalism. Settler colonist, literally, to colonize something in leftist language, to colonize something in leftist language means to impose the oppressive force of capitalism or privatization on that thing. They believe the Palestinians are decolonizing their land. Decolonizing means to take back the land from the oppressive force of capitalism and return it to the collective indigenous people. So you always got to remember, you have to put yourself, if you want to understand the left and why they do what they do and what they're going to do next and what we can expect from them, you have to use their definitions, not your definition. And as Jeremiah says, it does take some practice switching between the two, because it just does. It takes practice to be able to do it.
For-profit healthcare, the dismantling of reproductive justice and rights for people, mass incarceration system, constant wars, constant increase in police presence. All of this has been funded, bankrolled, approved, and then stamped by both the Republicans and both the Democrats. And neither of them are going to give us what we need. So that is why in the PSL, we are organizing to build up those movements, to meet people where they're at, to build up the organization so that we can say, look, you're not giving it to us. Time's up. We're taking it. In the PSL, the Party for Socialism and Liberation, we are fighting for that new system. We're fighting for socialism. And if you're looking for a political home, if you're looking for people to organize with, and you are ready to take that step to organize, talk to one of us. We want you with us. We need as many people on board. And even if you don't want to join PSL, but your mission lies in actually overthrowing this capital.
Yeah, to be in overthrowing the capitalist system. You catch that? We'll rewind that. Yeah, I want to be really clear. I don't give my personal opinion on this show because the personal opinion just obfuscates it. In order to be able to teach the language of the left, I have to exist in my head with their definitions. And so you will very rarely get a personal opinion from me on this show. Not that I don't have personal opinions, and it's not that I agree with them, because I don't. But in order to be able to do this, I have to exist with their definitions to keep everything straight. Southpaw, thank you for the super chat. People call me crazy when I talk about the 4 goals or their definitions. I'm in Canada. We're cooked in it. It's considered normal here. Any advice? Just keep doing it, bro. Just keep doing it. Like, listen, people think I'm insane. You can go on Twitter at any day of the week and you will see people like actively talking about how I'm insane, I'm a psychopath, I'm a narcissist, I'm all these things, blah, 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 blah. But you know what? I know I'm not insane. Do you want to know why? Because I have thousands of hours of these people on video. Nothing that I'm saying comes from me. It all comes from them. From their own trainings, from their own classes, from their own events. So I know I'm not insane. People who watch my content regularly know I'm not insane. And people like you who show up and you watch this stuff with us, we know you're not insane. But it's really difficult, and I think that other people in the chat, please feel free to weigh in on this and give some advice, because I know that, Southpod, you're not the only person who has had this problem. There are many people in my chat who have tried to go out and teach, here is what the left is saying, here's what they're saying, here's what they're saying, and they get called insane too. But guess what? Sometimes people listen. We can't reach everyone. We can only reach the people that want to listen and want to learn. And in order to reach the people that want to listen, we need to go through an awful lot of times being told no or being called crazy or any of that. Does that make sense? Thank you for the super chat. I really do appreciate it. Let me go to the chat and see some answers. Tax over on Rumble says can't see you because the mic is all the way up. I mean, I'm pretty sure you can see me. You're just gonna have to deal with that, Tex. I'm not here for you. You shouldn't even, bro, you shouldn't even be looking at me in the first place. You shouldn't even be looking at me in the first place. You should be looking at the Socialists. Let's see. Sin has this problem. Nightslide says it's very difficult to explain this to my fellow gays. Yeah, I understand that. Let's see. Reagan says most won't get it, but you will run into some that will be open to listening. Anyway, let's keep going. No, you don't need more thirst traps. No, you don't. No, you don't. No, you don't. Remember, guys, I'm too fat to put thirst traps on the internet, and I'm just too fat and ugly to do thirst traps on the internet, and I'm too fat to have any ideas, and really no one should be listening to me because according to the anti-woke morons on Twitter, I'm just too fat to live. So you're going to have to survive. Let's keep going.
Capitalist system, actually uniting people so that we can have a future. So that we actually have a future to live for and look forward to.
Hang on, I want to go back.
But your mission lies in actually overthrowing this capitalist system, actually uniting people so that we can have a future, so that we actually have a future to live for and look forward to. And we need you as friends. We need you as allies. We need you as organizers. We need to unite and fight because we have to end capitalism before it ends us. So today we're going to hear from three fantastic organizers, my friends, my comrades, and we're going to learn first from Robert Penner of the Milwaukee Autonomous Tenants Union about the work that they are doing to fight against slumlords. We're going to hear from Saucen about the ongoing struggle for liberation of Palestine and the connections to Milwaukee. And then last but not least, our presidential candidate for 2024 on the Party for Socialism and Liberation ticket, Claudia de la Cruz. So I'm going to turn it over to, real quick, I got to say a few words before you. As I'm turning it over to my friend and my comrade, Robert Penner, Bobby's one of the first people I met in the PSL. And I showed up to an event around the lead crisis here in Milwaukee, and just hearing him speak so precisely about why our city has been poisoned by lead laterals, by the Democrats, generation after generation after generation, that I immediately was like, sign me up. I want to get involved. I want to work with you guys. And Bobby, when I think of an organizer, I think of Bobby. He's involved in Get the Lead Out. He's involved in tenant organizing. He helped start the unionization effort at Collectivo, which won IBEW 494. Shout out. So without further ado, please welcome Bobby Penner.
Yes, the candidate is a Latina.
Yeah, thank you all. My name is Robert Penner. I'm from the Milwaukee Autonomous Tenants Union. I'm very proud to be here to represent our union, to represent all of our members across the city of Milwaukee. There's a housing crisis in the city of Milwaukee. I've seen it. We see it every day. Milwaukee is a majority renter city when it used to be a majority homeowner city. And when we think about the concept of a housing crisis, we often tend to think about, oh, well, there's not enough housing. There's not enough of it. We need to build more of it. We need to construct more housing. That's kind of the immediate association that is made when we think about the concept of a housing crisis. But in fact, that's not it at all. There's actually more than enough housing in the city of Milwaukee, in the entire country of the United States, to house everybody in safe, dignified, livable conditions. So why do we have a housing crisis then? What is the basis of this crisis? Because if there's enough housing, well, shoot, it makes sense that everybody should have a place to live. But there's a homeless encampment at King Park. There's a homeless encampment at Juneau and 7th Street. There's folks that sleep out on the street every single night. There's folks that live in precarious housing situations, renting week to week in illegal rooming houses here in the city of Milwaukee. I've seen it. So what's the basis of this problem? Well, it's privatization. It is
Privatization.
the turning over of our housing stock wholesale to parasitical slumlords and real estate investment firms.
The cause of the housing problem is that apartments are privately owned. Now, listen, I'm not, and my dog is having opinions about this because it just started raining really hard. You'll have to hear the chihuahua in the background and survive. But I'm not in favor of slumlords. I want to make that very, very clear. I think slumlords are a problem, but what they're trying to do is characterize all landlords, all private property owners of apartments that are rented out as slumlords. And that includes perfectly fine landlords, by the way. Everyone understands that, right? It's not like they're just targeting the worst landlords that are actually slumlords. They're targeting like people that have a home that has like an apartment rental in the basement and everything's taken care of and everything's fine. They think they're slumlords too. This is all about private property ownership. I told you, private property included an apartment rental that you rent out. Landlords are like one of socialist enemies number one. This is why, by the way, you remember a couple months back when there were all these conversations about squatters' rights and squatters essentially just like living in these abandoned houses or like vacation properties that people had and they weren't living in them. And then squatters' rights like prevented the actual owner of the property from kicking the people out of their private property. That came from socialists. All those squatters' rights laws were enacted by socialists because socialists hate landlords. They hate private property owners. Let's listen to that again.
Precarious housing situations, renting week to week in illegal rooming houses here in the city of Milwaukee. I've seen it. So what's the basis of this problem? Well, it's privatization. It is the turning over of our housing stock wholesale to parasitical slumlords and real estate investment firms that come from out of state that take over housing and gatekeep it. Now, traditionally, the landlord or the real estate investor or whoever, they position themselves within our society, within our social order as providers of housing. The landlord says, oh, well, I provide housing for the community. That's what I do. That's what they all say on their cute little websites that they got up. They say, we provide housing to the community. But let's think about that concept of provide. Well, they didn't build the housing. Landlords don't actually build housing. It's plumbers, it's construction workers, it's concrete layers, electricians, drywallers, workers.
It's the workers who build the housing, and so the workers should own the housing. Guys, did you know that your plumber should own your house? That your drywaller should own your house? That the guy who comes to fix your window, he should own your house? That the guy who comes to paint your living room, he should own your house? That's literally the argument that he's making. The people who buy the houses, they don't actually own the houses. It's the people who work on the houses, the people who fix the houses. They're the ones that own the houses.
That build the housing. Those are the people that construct the housing from the foundation up. So that's who's providing housing. It's not the landlord. The landlord actually stands in the way of housing because the landlord can go to the court and the landlord can say, look, I want this person gone. And the court takes their word for it because that's what the courts do. I've sat in my fair share of eviction hearings, and I've been evicted myself. And I can say without a shadow of a doubt in my mind, the courts do not serve justice. They don't serve housing justice. They don't keep people in their homes. They don't hold landlords accountable like they say they do, like they are supposed to, like they are charged in our laws to do. And in fact, most of the laws that govern landlord-tenant relations are not even enforced. They're unenforced because the police, they don't want to handle it. The sheriff, well, the sheriff's just there to throw people out. The Department of Consumer Protection, please give me a break. So we live in this social order then where there's supposedly laws and where supposedly you can go to these courts, these rooms, and get justice for yourself. But that's not available because you have these multi-millionaire landlords, and I'm talking about Barada Properties, who is the biggest one here in Milwaukee, who he has mansions, he has private jets, his cars, like his fancy cars, sleep on a heated pad in his garage. Dude's off the hook.
This landlord has more private property than we do, and therefore he is bad. He is the bourgeois. He is the oppressor because he has more private property than we do, and therefore we have to take everyone's private property away because some people have more than us, and that makes them evil oppressors over everyone else.
And he is sending his high-priced lawyers into court every day to conduct evictions. The court docket here in Milwaukee County is full of Barada evictions. Every single day, he does hundreds a month, evicts thousands of people a year from his properties.
Why would it benefit a landlord to evict thousands of people a year from his properties? Can we just use some critical thinking for a moment? A landlord only makes money if there are people that are paying to rent their properties. So why would it benefit a landlord to just for no reason at all, evict thousands of people from their properties? Could it be the people who are living in their properties weren't paying rent? Could it be the people who are living in their properties were abusing the properties and destroying the properties because they feel like they're entitled to the properties? It actually costs the landlord money to evict all those people from the properties because then they have to find new people to replace them. That costs money. So why on earth would a landlord just go out of their way to evict people from their properties if they were just good tenants who were paying their rent on time and were doing nothing wrong? Why would they do that? The answer is they wouldn't. This guy wants to make it seem like these evil landlords are just trying to keep normal people down. No, they're renting out a property at an agreed upon price. And if that rent isn't being paid, or if people are abusing the property, they're saying you can't live here anymore.
So when we think about the provision of housing, let us provide housing, not put it to a landlord to claim to provide it. Let us, in fact, decommodify housing entirely because housing's a right. Everybody needs to live in a house.
Housing is a right.
In a rational, ordered society, we would take all of the housing we have and distribute it on an equal basis and make sure that housing is kept up.
In a rational, ordered society, we would take all the private property and redistribute the private property to the people. Everyone hear this? Does everyone understand? Capitalism means private property ownership. That includes apartments. They don't want anyone to own homes. They don't want anyone to own land. They want the state, the governing body that the socialists install to own all of the houses, all of the apartments, all of the private property, all of the land, and then redistribute it to the masses. Does everyone understand that? I'll clip this later, I promise.
Make sure that housing is dignified.
Actually, let's listen to that again. That was a good enough clip. Let's just listen to that again.
Let us provide housing, not put it to a landlord to claim to provide it. Let us, in fact, decommodify housing entirely, because housing's a right. Everybody needs to live in a house, and in a rational, ordered society, we would take all of the housing we have and distribute it on an equal basis and make sure that housing is kept up, make sure that housing is dignified and satisfactory for every single person. And I know that that's what we're trying to do. That's what we're trying to do in the Milwaukee Autonomous Tenants Union. That's what the Claudia and Karina campaign has said that they want to do. And that's why we're here speaking today, because we know.
I get conservatives in Socialism Saturday all the time where they're very confused. They think that we're actual socialists and they don't bother to listen to understand what they're listening to. I'm pretty sure this person thinks we're socialists because this person is not smart enough to actually listen to what's going on, as they waited the 5 minutes to subscribe to my channel so that they could chat this in. But I do just want to say that, like, you're fucking retarded if you think that Trump and Vance are going to put America first, because both Trump and Vance are in the back pocket of Israel. Trump and Vance will always put Israel first, and Trump and Vance want to go to war with Iran. So you're a retard on like a couple different levels. You're a retard because you think we're socialists, and you're a retard if you think that Trump and Vance are America first.
That housing needs to be decommodified entirely in order for us to live in a orderly, dignified society that serves everybody, that serves the working class, and makes sure people's needs are provided for. So if you're interested in fighting for housing justice, join the Milwaukee Autonomous Tenants Union. We got a table back there. Our comrade Haley is back there with the sign-up sheets and all that stuff. Let us fight for fair housing, not just fair housing. Let us fight for liberated housing. Thank you all very much.
Liberated housing. Liberated from what? Pop quiz for the chat. What did he mean when he said liberated housing? What does that actually mean? Liberated housing. Yep, they're trying to decolonize housing. Decommodified, so capitalism is about selling commodities. So if you decommodify something, you don't make it available under capitalism. When they say liberated housing, they mean liberated from capitalism. Liberation means to free oneself from the oppressive force of capitalism. So that's what that means. It means to make all housing public, to have no private housing ownership, no private apartment ownership, no nothing. That was a great tenants' rights speech. We normally don't do tenants' rights stuff for Socialism Saturday, but that was pretty good. Listen. You're obviously a leftist, and if you think that you're going to convince anyone in my chat that you're not lying, you are stupid. So you can be here. We allow socialists and leftists to be here, but you're fucking stupid if you think that you're going to convince anyone in my chat that, no, they don't really mean you. They don't really mean you. They just mean the big ones. They don't really mean you. It's just the big ones. Bullshit. Bullshit. We just heard them say it out of their own mouths, so you can stop whining in my chat now, because you are wrong and we all know it, and we know you're just here to gaslight because you're not the first socialist that's ever shown up on this stream before. And the only evidence you have is like, trust me, bro. Don't listen to the socialist. Don't listen to that person on the screen. Don't listen. No. They don't really mean it. No, they do mean it. They do. And we know that.
That's right. Shout out.
This is nope, wrong. Most socialists are renters, bro. We are not off the boat. Most socialists brag about being renters. They would never fucking own property. It goes against their entire identity. Try harder. You try to gaslight us one more time, I'm banning you from the chat.
Bobby, Hayden, Joshua, who's here helping us with security, they all fought against a lawsuit of Joe Barata, and they won in the end. So it's possible. It is possible when we're organized, when we're unified, and we don't back down and we say, no, we're not going to tolerate your shit, they have no choice. When they see what is at stake, they're terrified of organization. They're terrified of people being unified. And that is our power, because there are way more of us who can unite than there are of them.
Wrong.
They got these landlord associations.
Nope. You must be a retard conservative, Patrick. Because really, the only people who I come across who really believe this stuff are retarded conservatives who are like, socialists don't really believe anything. And the reason the conservatives say that is because conservatives themselves don't actually believe anything. They don't have any values. They don't have any principles. They change their minds on a whim based on whatever Trump wants to say on any given day. That's not true, bro. And again, Patrick, how many socialist events have you gone to? Let us know in the chat. You want to come into my chat and try to gaslight us? You can get put on the spot. How many socialist events have you gone to, Patrick? In person. How many socialist events have you gone to? Oh, Patrick is a national socialist. How many far left socialist events have you gone to, Patrick? You didn't answer the question. How many far left socialist events have you gone to, Patrick? National socialism is not the type of socialism we're talking about today, by the way. How many far left radical revolutionary socialist events have you gone to, Patrick? We're waiting for your answer. I know there's a delay. How many far left radical revolutionary socialist events have you gone to, Patrick? Still waiting. Still waiting. We all know what Patrick's answer is going to be. Patrick's still in the chat, or did he run away like a little girl? Let's see. No, Patrick's still in the chat. Patrick, we're waiting for your answer. Okay, so this is my point. And actually, you know what? I want to thank Patrick for giving an intellectually honest answer, because that only happens maybe 25% of the time. Patrick has only been to counter protests. What that means is Patrick has never actually probably interacted directly with radical revolutionary socialists in a way that he would be able to talk to them and understand them. I have. I've been undercover at multiple of their events. They thought I was a socialist. And I'll tell you this, if you think these people don't internalize this ideology as part of their identity, you're wrong. Everything these people do is living and breathing their ideology. They are not homeowners. They are renters. They do not believe in owning private property. So where did this actually start? What did Patrick actually originally say? Hang on. I need to find the original chat. Most socialists are capitalists? No, they're not. Now, socialists are allowed to use capitalism in order to gain resources to dedicate to the overthrow of capitalism. Do you know how I know that? It's literally in the Communist Manifesto. So socialists are allowed to engage in capitalism. They're allowed to sell stuff to make money as long as they are advancing the revolution against capitalism, and that is what they do. Let's keep going.
Associations, nothing on the MATU. So next comrade I want to introduce, I asked her how she wanted me to introduce her, and I'm gonna abide by that, but I got something else to add to it too. So Salsin's a poet, she's a mama, she's an American Palestinian, and she's an organizer. And this is something last night we were talking about in a dinner.
Pop quiz for the chat. How are most socialist organizations funded? I just want to see the level of knowledge that people have about this. How are most socialist leftist organizations funded? I'm so happy right now. I'm so happy. I'm so happy. I'm so happy. Most leftist organizations, contrary to what conservative pundits and media will tell you, are entirely self-funded or almost entirely self-funded. Publishing is a very big source of socialist funding. There are multiple socialist book publishers. That is a big source of the money they have, is publishing socialist books that are sold into not only socialist communities but also university systems, K through 12 public schools. This is why book banning will never work. Why Moms for Liberty strategy was doomed from the beginning, because there are socialist book publishers who are churning out leftist children's books, and every time you ban one book from the library, they just replace it with 5 more that you don't even know about yet. They're also published via donations. Nope. Wrong. They are not usually, but why would socialists take money from corporations? Socialists don't believe corporations should exist. So this is wrong. This is conservative propaganda. They do fundraise. They take private donations, sale of literature. They charge money for pamphlets. They charge money for flyers. They charge money for everything. Through donations, book sales, fundraisers. Yup. Publishing donations and book publishing. They're self-funded. They are not funded by Soros. They're not funded by the Jews. That's wrong. That is not true. Book publishing, donations and books, self-funded. Nope, they're not funded by Qatar. Membership fees are part of it. Yup. So some socialist organizations have their members pay 1 day's wages per month in dues to be able to be a part of their organization, and that's how they fund what they're doing. Donations, dues, publishing, organizing, donations, self-funded, publishing. Exactly. And the reason I bring this up, guys, is it's very common for people to come in and say they're all funded by George Soros. Probably not a single person that we're going to see on this video tonight has ever gotten George Soros money, ever. So the right makes that shit up. They like I won't go through the whole thing right now, but like that's almost universally a lie. And I really hope people don't buy into it. Lots of good answers though in the chat. Some incorrect answers, but lots of good answers. Well, actually, I mean, Sainthood says they literally sound like a white girl book club. Yes. Yeah. Yes. Actually, most of the presentations that we watch on this channel are from book publishers that are publishing socialist books. So yeah, you're right. That's exactly right. Wrong, Patrick. Patrick needs to listen, needs to open his ears and listen. Patrick, do me a favor, bro. I need you to name me one socialist activist or one socialist organization that received money from the Open Society Foundation right now. Because, Patrick, we deal in receipts on this channel. You might not know that yet, but you're going to learn that rather quickly. I want you to name me and show me evidence of one single named far-left radical revolutionary socialist activist or one single named far-left radical revolutionary socialist collective that has received money from the Open Society Foundation. And we'll look for receipts for that, bro. I want evidence. I don't want pinky swear. Trust me, bro. Name one activist or one radical revolutionary collective and provide evidence. Can you do that? We're waiting, Patrick. Can you do that? Can you provide us with that evidence right now? Cool. You go do an archive search and you find us, and I want a specific activist or a specific organization. I don't want any fucking, and it's going to be a far left radical revolutionary organization, not a Democrat organization, not a progressive organization, not a liberal organization, not a democratic socialist organization. None of those organizations are far left radical revolutionary socialist. So I want you to make sure that I want to make sure you understand what I'm asking you for. If you come back and you say, this Democrat was funded by George Soros, I'm going to say, I specifically said to you that socialists do not consider Democrats to be socialists. So go try again. If you come back and you go, this progressive was funded by George Soros, I'm going to tell you that real socialists don't consider progressives to be socialists. So you better know your stuff, Patrick. You better have a name of a specific far-left activist, and then we know all of them. Or a lot of them, maybe not all of them, but a lot of them. And we'll be able to confirm very quickly if whoever you bring us is a real radical revolutionary socialist activist or not, or an organization that is a radical revolutionary organization. And if you can't find those, we win, you lose. We'll wait. Steph, thank you for the super chat. I do appreciate it. Guys, please make sure you mount the like button for me. I would appreciate it. Let's keep going.
That, I think, really resonates to the importance of providing a space for people who, like Salsa, maybe think of themselves just as an activist, but then realizing that through organization, they have the ability to affect change, to affect real change. And we were reflecting, like, Milwaukee for Palestine, PSL Milwaukee, we've been working together for months now. And you talked about the importance of taking the fight to where it needs to go. Not just showing up and parading and in front of cameras, but going to Gwen Moore's house.
Oh my God. Patrick, you're going to get one more. I'm giving you leeway, bro, because you're new, but you're going to get basically one more chat before I decide that you can't be here anymore. I don't give a flying fuck what you, as a dissident right-winger, believe is socialist or not. I care what actual radical revolutionary socialists believe is socialist and not. And we have already literally heard in this presentation this person talking about how they hate the Democrats more than they hate the Republicans. So no, you don't get to come back and go, here's Democrats funded by George Soros, because we're going to say, sit and spin, bro. We told you specifically, socialists don't consider Democrats to be socialists. And I'll embarrass you even more than I already have, and then I'll ban you from my chat for wasting my time. Talk about missing the fucking point.
Going to Tammy Baldwin's house, going to their fundraising events and disrupting that shit, shutting it down. And this is something that we need to continue to build up, and it's terrifying these people. It is terrifying them. They do not deserve any peace so long as they are enabling and funding genocide. So Salson is filled with love for her friends, her comrades, her family. And I'm really proud and excited to introduce her to you all today. Everybody, please welcome Salson to the stage.
Thank you, everyone. So Milwaukee for Palestine is a grassroots organization made up of hardworking and caring people. And I want to thank all of you for being here because it shows that you care and you want to make a difference. I have a lot of thoughts, and I have to put my thoughts down on paper or else all the thoughts are going to come out at once. So bear with me. Our main focus is to bring awareness and education, BDS campaigns, but most importantly, uplift Palestinian voices in our community. Many of you have been to our rallies, our shut it downs, our BDS campaign events, our vigils, our phone zap meetings. And it's a lot of hard work, and we bring a lot of love to that work. When you come to our events, you feel safe enough to be yourself, and it motivates you to make change. I know I joined because I wanted to make a difference, and I was determined to make my voice heard. People want you to be grateful to be born in the land of the free and home of the brave. And sure, I was relatively safe, never hungry, for the most part, access to education. But when it came up to speaking for Palestine, I never really felt free, nor in a space to feel safe. And then I realized the power that I had. I feel power now because I'm not alone. And that took a while to get here. And a lot of Palestinians can attest to that. It's just easier to stay silent. I discovered this beautiful thing called collective voices.
Oh,
and
collective
power. So thank you, comrades and friends, for being my community that I needed. People always say that they don't know how to help, or they feel helpless, or they don't believe that change is going to happen. I can't respect people like that anymore. I'm sorry. I just can't. I have no tolerance for ignorance. I have no tolerance for laziness. We live in 2024, so I don't believe that someone can just say they don't know. So instead of asking, I can't help, or I wish I could help, ask what you can do to help. This is a lot. Sorry, I have a lot. Bear with me. I'm sorry. I can no longer live in a world where Americans still live in a bubble, thinking our government and its foreign policy justifying stripping away freedoms of others, or worse, being part of a genocide and ethnic cleansing. I can't live in a world where we're okay with people going in debt and deciding whether they want food on their table or going to see the doctor. While our resources, the resources that we have in our country, are used to kill other people overseas, and we have to make change. My number one hero is my dad. May he rest in peace. He taught me that in life, you can lose your cars, you can lose your money, you can lose your house, you can even lose friendships. But the one thing the world can't take away from you is your education and how you see the world. I take his words with me everywhere I go and in everything I do. Because we can't learn from the media. We can't learn from the current politicians who are paid by AIPAC. They don't work for us.
Ooh, the socialists hate AIPAC. Some common ground. Sainthood over on Twitter asks, so what are the Palestinian ties to this other than seeing them as colonized and oppressed? Okay, there are a couple things. The Palestinian freedom movement is a real thing that's been around for a long ass time. Ever, like, I mean, like, you know, at least like 20, like, basically ever since like Israel was founded, but like really like the last 20 years, 25 years, something like that, the Palestinian freedom movement existed as a separate kind of thing that was real and legitimate. And there are people that are still in the original Palestinian freedom movement today. However, sometime between 2010 and 2020, and I don't know exactly when it happened, the radical revolutionary left co-opted the Palestinian freedom movement. And we know this because a couple days after October 7th, we saw Angela Davis on a Haymarket Books live stream where, and Angela Davis is a famous socialist activist. She's been around a long time, like since the 70s. She explained that the Palestinian freedom movement was co-opted by the radical revolutionary left. Okay? And so what that means is there are people who were legitimately using the Palestinian freedom movement to fight for a free Palestine. But in the co-opting of the movement, there are also a significant number of people who are using the Palestinian issue just to advance a far left radical revolutionary ideology. Most of the campus protests don't give a flying F about Palestine. They use Palestine as a tool to try to overthrow capitalism here because it pushes a far left radical revolutionary agenda and it disrupts certain systems, institutions. Like the far left doesn't believe that colleges should exist as institutions. And that sounds funny, right? Because the far left controls the colleges, but there is an extreme part of the far left that believe that colleges are illegitimate institutions. We've actually talked about them on the channel. We've read their literature, stuff like that. And so like a lot of people in the campus protests, and we're going to see this coming back this fall too, are just using the issue of Palestine to advance their far left radical revolutionary perspective. In regards to like how they see the Palestinians, they see the Palestinians as the oppressed. They see the Israelis as the oppressors. They see the Palestinian as the indigenous people who had their land stolen from them. They see the Israelis as the evil settler colonists who stole the land. And so this is why the left is so anti-Israel, because they see them in terms of like, you stole the land from the indigenous people, and now the indigenous people are trying to overthrow you and take back the land. But there is actually a bigger kind of thing at play. And it's a little frustrating, I think, for many of us because, and not everyone, some people, there are some Zionists on my channel. There are people who do support Israel on the channel, and they're welcome to be here, and we're welcome to agree to disagree. But a lot of us find ourselves in a very uncomfortable position of being like, we think what Israel is doing in Gaza is just wrong. And we find ourselves in agreement with the left. But you have to understand that most people on the left right now are not gravitating towards this issue because they care about Palestine or Palestinians at all. They care about it because it helps them advance their agenda. I hope that answers the question.
Our history books in American schools tell the stories of the colonizers and the oppressors.
Colonizers.
We have to teach ourselves. We have to connect with the people that this actually affects, and we have to go to real resources. Milwaukee for Palestine has become the platform to educate the people around me. For example, why is BDS important? Because capitalism has taught us that money is power. So we have
BDS is boycott, divest, and sanction, as in boycott Israel, divest from Israel, stop sending Israel money, and sanction Israel. That's what that means. BDS is important because capitalism has taught them that money gives them more power. Okay.
Platform to educate the people around me. For example, why is BDS important? Because capitalism has taught us that money is power. So we have to take that power from those who do not care about Palestinian lives. Because believe me, if they don't care about innocent Palestinian lives, if they don't care about my people, they don't care about your people either. BDS is the smallest you can do as an individual, but yet so crucial to do it as a collective.
Hang on, I got a Rumble rant over on Rumble. I appreciate the $5, Pete Rules. Carlin, a little off topic, but I saw a clip about your interest in fascism. Would you ever consider hosting Thomas Rousseau from PF? I don't know what PF is. That would be an interesting convo. I don't normally do interviews on this stuff anymore, Pete Rules. But if you want to send me something to watch, just put it in the top of I have a pinned tweet to the top of my timeline you can reply to with recommendations for videos, or you can DM it to me over on Twitter. Or, you know, let me know if you have a video that you want me to watch by putting the title in the chat. But I can, what does PF mean? Hang on. This is like Patriot Front or something. I'm not interested, but like, what does PF mean? So what does PF mean? All right. Well, if you have something you want me to watch, just send me a link or something. But I probably am not going to do an interview just because I'm not really interested right now. But if you have a link, then I'll take a look.
It's as small as not buying products or going after companies.
Is it actually Patriot Front, though, or are you guys making that up? Oh, no. Hard no. I'll watch a video from Patriot Front because I'm not going to eliminate, like, I will watch pretty much any video, but I'm not going to interview someone from Patriot Front. I'm sorry, that is like a hard no. But I'll watch pretty much any video. Because that's at least a more controlled environment. Yeah, like I'm not gonna interview a Fed. That's not gonna happen.
Manufacturers who are directly complicit in the destruction of others. We can educate and we can scream in the streets, but we also have to take action. It's a monetary protest. We work hard for our money. Why are we giving it to the supporters of genocide and ethnic cleansing? Why are we letting them eat caviar while they're killing children and we're cutting out coupons?
That's a good question, actually.
BDS is the least you can do. BDS is the least you can do. You know what else we can do? Hold those sellouts accountable. Because the current people in power, the so-called leaders of the first world, who do not care about the innocent Palestinians or in Sudan or in Congo, they'll just continue. They'll just continue doing what they're doing. They've convinced us that there is nothing outside the two parties, that anything outside these two parties is impossible. They're letting Americans think that they get to choose of who they think is the lesser of two evils, when in fact they're just telling you, pick evil one or evil two. Well, we know better now. It took us a while, but we know better now, right? They fear our collective, so they tear us down individually. They make us scared of each other. They tell you who's different from you, dehumanize us. They try to convince themselves that they're doing everything by the book. But guess what? The devil comes in all forms, especially in suit and ties. We're creating a political crisis, and this is so crucial. We have to hold those in power, those who claim to be the highest authority in democracy. They have to know that we won't stand for it. They can't get to kill our people and then call us terrorists. They don't get to talk about freedom and liberation, but tell us we can't fight for those things. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna rely on ourselves. We're gonna come together. My dad was an amazing, smart person, and I know I mentioned him before, but he really impacted my life and shaped me for who I am. I'm so grateful for every moment I had with him. I wanna share this short story with you because it's a core memory of who I am as a Palestinian. Yes, I was born and raised here, but my dad had to leave there because of the suffocation under the Israeli colonizing state. He took me and my brother to cross, to get to the West Bank. We had to cross through Amman, Jordan, through an area called the Jisr, and that's how you get to the West Bank. And I'm never afraid when I was younger. As long as I was with my dad, I was never afraid. He was always like this strong, calm presence.
Hang on, I got another super chat. Let me see from South Pod. Do you think it was socialists or hotel lobbies that caused Toronto to regulate my friend's Airbnb out of existence? They did land acknowledgement. Socialists. 100% socialist. I mean, Airbnb is in general pretty leftist. Like Airbnb bans people just for being associated with people they don't like. And so yeah, I would say that's good. That is a result of your sadly very socialist government. But I do appreciate the super chat. Hey, Patrick, welcome back. Listen, man, listen. For as much as I've yelled at Patrick today on the stream, what I do want to give Patrick props for is Patrick is being intellectually honest. I need to be honest. I struggle to find my old sources. I'm just going to take the L. Hey, I appreciate it. Patrick didn't come back and make shit up. Patrick didn't come back and bring us some crazy article from some like conservative source that says, I swear it was Soros. Trust me, bro. Patrick was just like, yeah, you know what? I don't have the receipts and, maybe the receipts exist, but I don't have them right now. And so I respect that, Patrick. I'm going to yell at you a little bit less for the remainder of this podcast because of that. And we do hope you stick around, bro.
And I didn't realize how much the Israeli, that was my first moment, I guess I want to say that the IDF really likes to fuck with Palestinians and mess with them in horrific ways, and we just got a taste of that. So to the border, there's no rules. Like you can't prepare for crossing the border. There's nothing that you can do to be fully prepared because they make rules as they go. So they saw a single father with an 8-year-old daughter and a 2-year-old son. And they messed with us for no reason. They held us. A trip should have taken less than 2 hours. We were held up for 8. My father was very patient. He's a very, very patient man. He answered all their questions. And then their one dilemma is they wanted to take my 2-year-old.
No, not her, someone else.
Diapers and baby snacks. And that's when my father put his foot down. He's like, you've kept us here for so long. And you can't take, it's 2 o'clock in the morning now. Even if I get to the West Bank, there's no stores open. I need my son's diapers. And they wouldn't let him. And just for talking back, they pushed him to the ground. And that's what they do to men. They dehumanize them. And that was the first time I saw my father dehumanized for wanting his children's diapers with him. I wasn't scared, but I felt bad for this big, strong man who always took care of us, letting some 20-year-old arrogant Zionist tell him what to do and what not to do in his own land. I tell you this story because Palestine is not a trend. It is our 24/7. It is what my people have to go through all the time. And it took 100,000 Palestinians to die right now to wake the world up today. So we will not let their loss.
Guys, this was, people are asking when this was. This was streamed last week on Saturday. I wanted to watch it last week on Saturday. We were otherwise occupied last week on Saturday. So this was last week live streamed, but we're watching it a week later.
And their losses are immeasurable, but they will not go in vain. So before you leave today, in spite of all the hatred that's outside waiting for us, before you leave today, make sure you get to know someone who's different from you. Get to know their story. And if not in this space, another space. Never be afraid to be who you are. And never forget that they are afraid of our collectiveness. They are afraid of our collectiveness. They can say all they want on the media. The politicians can stand outside and tell you who's good or bad, but you have to have your own moral compass. And so thank you so much for the space. And I always like to end with the chant or else it just doesn't feel right, okay? So you feel me? Okay. In our millions, in our billions, we are all Palestinian. The people united will never be defeated.
The people united will never be defeated.
Free, free, free Palestine. Free, free Palestine. Free, free, free Palestine. Free, free Palestine. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Salson. It's hot in here, but we're fired up, right? I was going to do a chant if you didn't start one, so I appreciate you doing that. All right, y'all. I forgot to mention this earlier, but after Claudia speaks, we're going to open up a Q&A session, so just be ready. If you got anything that you want to ask, we'll be facilitating that afterwards. But before I jump into bringing Claudia up here, I want to share some really exciting news. Obviously, Claudia is here because we're campaigning, and in Wisconsin, we're trying to get on the ballot for president because, as mentioned, as we've discussed, we need an alternative to these two parties, to these two people who have no touch with reality for what our needs are as working people and as oppressed people. And the party with Claudia and Karina has put forward a platform that resonates with so many people. We need 2,000 signatures minimum to get on the ballot in Wisconsin. We shot for 4,000 because that will give us a buffer in case the Democrats decide they want to go and be like, nah, I don't like this. I can't read this. I don't think that's a real person, et cetera, et cetera. In 9 days, we collected 4,300 signatures.
That's crazy. I've done ballot access campaigns. I've done signature gathering. That's crazy how organized. Any libertarian in the chat knows, like, collecting 4,300 signatures in 9 days. That's like unheard. It took us, when we did the ballot access campaign in New Hampshire in 2022, it took us probably 6 months to collect 6,000 signatures. That's nuts. And that's a testament to how highly organized these people are. Yeah, 4,300 signatures in 9 days is insane.
That's right. And
that tells you too, to the question earlier, someone asked like how many of these people really are there. It doesn't look like there are very many people at their meeting. How many people are there? If they collected 4,300 signatures in 9 days, there are a lot of them, and they're highly organized. Thanks for the super chat, Night Slide. I appreciate you.
A lot of thanks goes to people who are in this room right now. So if you showed up and you collected signatures, if you helped promote the campaign, if you got those names on those forms, please stand up. You deserve a round of applause. Incredible. Seriously.
Well,
we got 43.
I mean, they like all of the signatures are verified. Like, at least that's how it works in New Hampshire, is every single signature has to be verified. You have to put your address on it. And so, and the in the town or the city will go through and verify all of them. So if they're doing a ballot access campaign and they're announcing the ballot access campaign is over, the reason they shot for the overage was because to cut down, to make sure they had enough valid signatures.
100 signatures in 9 days with approximately 30 volunteers across
30 volunteers.
What else can we
Holy
accomplish?
Shit.
Right? Claudia de la Cruz is a lot of things. For me, she's a teacher. I had the opportunity to visit the People's Forum in 2021, which she helped. She was a co-creator of that space, a real hub for movements, a real place to bring people together. I got to sit in at a school for a week with organizers across the country, as well as in parts of Mexico. And it really gave me the kick in my ass that I needed to understand the seriousness of the struggle.
I'm going to do that beer with beets.
The plethora of information and organization that really fuels the movement. And the thing that really was like put into perspective for me is like, this isn't a moment. This is an ongoing struggle going all the way back to the first liberation movement in this hemisphere in Haiti in 1804, all the way up until now and into the future. And something that I learned from Claudia is that wherever we're at, wherever we're standing, even if we feel like we're alone, even if we feel like there's only a few of us making change, we have that history behind us. As long as we're studying it, as long as we're learning from that, as long as we're making sure that we are progressing towards that future, that is a real socialist horizon that people have to work towards. So thank you, Claudia, for helping so many people beyond myself to have this greater understanding. Aside from being a teacher, as soon as I met Claudia for the first time, I knew she was full of love and kindness. And both Karina too. When I tell people about the candidates, like why I'm so excited about you both is, as soon as I met you, I felt like we were family. It took no time. The two of you together are what we need, are embodiments of everything that our class can have and can care for each other. So I'm very thankful to have you here. Please, everybody, welcome up Claudia de la Cruz, presidential candidate of Party for Socialism and Liberation.
Wepa. All right, I want to, if you can't stand up, because we're going to chant. We're going to raise the energy up in this place. If you are able to, please stand up. And if you're not able to stand, just shout with us. There is only one solution.
Well, I know this one.
Intifada
Revolution. There is only one solution.
Intifada revolution.
Intifada Intifada revolution. Pop quiz for the chat. What does intifada mean? Who knows what intifada means? It's not anti-Semitic. If you think intifada is anti-Semitic, you've been lied to by conservative Zionists. Intifada means worldwide socialist revolution. Specifically that. It means the socialist revolution. Intifada. Worldwide socialist revolution. Do you know how we know it means worldwide socialist revolution? Because we had two members of the Revolutionary Communists of America on the channel not too long ago, and they specifically said intifada means worldwide socialist revolution. Globalize the intifada. Janet, thank you for the super chat. Do you know if she has support around the whole country, or is it just getting started? Or are they on ballot? Yo, they specifically have been running so there's a president and a vice presidential candidate. They have been running for months. They have been traveling all over the country to college campuses for months. And when did I first learn about them? November of last year is when I first learned about them. So they've been at this a while. And they've done this campus tour all over the place where they're going to college campuses, they're speaking to college campuses, they're doing stuff like this. This is a very active presidential campaign that a lot of people are not talking about. I appreciate the super chat, Janet. Guys, as a reminder, I am trying to get a $100 super chat goal for the night. If you want to participate in that, please feel free to send me in a super chat. I would appreciate it. Of course, my number one way to support my work is by heading over to my Substack, which is carlin.substack.com, signing up for a monthly donation of $8 a month or an annual donation of $80 a year. I am 100% grassroots funded by you, and your donations, your super chats, that makes it possible for me to do this stuff for free on the internet, breaking this stuff down for you guys, answering questions. And I do appreciate the support. Let's see. All right. I thought I had a question over on Rumble, but I don't.
All right, y'all. Give yourselves a round of applause. That is not only a slogan, my people. That is the truth. I want to start, first and foremost, by thanking the Milwaukee PSL branch for welcoming into the space. But I also have to say how proud I am to be in comradeship and struggle with my comrades in the PSL. Thank you so much. And I want to uplift just the discipline, the militancy, and the seriousness of our comrades, not only here in Milwaukee, but across the country, that have been in a heightened space of mobilization around Palestine, and at the same time have maintained the discipline to engage in political education, to continue to do their grassroots organizing, all at the same time understanding the urgency of the moment. And so there has never been an instant in my life that I have felt more proud to belong to the party for socialism and liberation. And that has to do with the level, the quality of the human beings that are engaged in struggle every day, day in and day out, working class people advancing the struggles of working class people. So thank you all so much for having me.
Tiffanel over on Rumble, this is the Party of Socialism and Liberation. That's what PSL stands for.
And I definitely can't stand here and not acknowledge the lives of 71 people who were martyred in Palestine yesterday. I cannot stand here with it acknowledging that in a few days, if not already started, there are people that are coming into the city for the RNC. And it is important to acknowledge that what is happening in Palestine is not only the Biden administration. Because if we were to focus solely on Biden, we lose the perspective. We lose what the real problem is. The genocide in Palestine, because I'm not even going to focus on Gaza, in Palestine as a territory, has been ongoing for the last 76 years. The horror that we are witnessing and have witnessed for the last 10 months is only the top of the iceberg. That's crazy. That's like what we have been able to witness. But for 76 years plus, the Palestinian people have been resisting an illegal occupation of their territory. Illegal occupation. And under all law, the Palestinian people have the right to resist. They have the right to resist the illegal occupation that is currently taking place and that have been taking place and has displaced millions of people. I was reading a report that actually made more sense than the 40,000 number that was given to us. And this report from a very prestigious, after they actually were on some genocide denial mode, that went into the legal holes of power, where they were denying the numbers and saying that actually it was less than 40,000. There was a report that came out from a very prestigious journal that talked about the indirect impact of genocide, and how people who can possibly be saved that are dealing with health issues like diabetes were dying because of lack of insulin, because the colonial state of Israel was blocking any and all aid going into Gaza, going into Palestine. I don't know about you, but there hasn't been a moment of this sense of clarity, politically, ideologically, socially. Gaza has opened up the hearts of the world to see.
To be really clear, I don't care if people support Israel. I don't care if people are Zionists. I don't care if people are Jewish. What I care about is when you make moronic, elementary, boneheaded, stupid arguments in my chat, in which you are just parroting the Zionist, shill, conservative influencers. This is a low IQ argument. We are not an low IQ channel. We are not a low IQ audience. So if you want to be here and you want to be in my chat, you better do fucking better. Because you come here, you parrot bullshit conservative talking points, and you expect us to take anything you have to say seriously. Grow the fuck up. Andre, thank you for the super chat. Carlin said they specifically target capitalism in America since socialist groups consider other countries already taken over by. Well, no. It's not because of that. It's because they believe if they can overthrow capitalism in America, then that will be the domino in which capitalism will be overthrown everywhere. Socialists they are ultimately globalists. Okay? These people are ultimately globalists. They're not globalists in the same way that the WEF is globalist. These are two different groups. Socialists and the WEF are not the same thing. But they are ultimately globalists in that they believe that socialism will only work if there is global socialism. And they believe getting the United States to overthrow capitalism and implement socialism will be the tipping point in which the world will have to embrace socialism. Hope that makes sense.
The brutality of capitalism, U.S. imperialism, and the Israeli occupation on Palestinian land. There is no way in hell, nowhere in hell that we can unsee what we've seen. And the only thing left is moving forward, transformed by the levels of resistance and the levels of resilience of the Palestinian people. When we are on the street, and we say, Gaza will free us all. God damn, it will free us all. It will free us all. It has free us all. And it has heightened in so many ways the contradictions of the capitalist and imperialist society in which we live. To the point that the same international bodies that have been created to safeguard US capitalism, that's crazy, the same bodies that they created to justify their occupations, their wars, are the same ones that are isolating the US and Israel, are the same ones that are saying, actually, this is genocide by international law. Actually, we do recognize the Palestinian state. This is huge. It is a huge shift. I've been an organizer for 30 years. The cause of Palestine came to my heart in 1997, 1998. And never have I seen the response of working class people towards Palestine as I'm seeing it today. And it's multinational, is multiracial, is intergenerational, is, interfaith. Because as much as people want to say that is anti-Semitic, there's a lot of Jewish people who recognize that the real threat to Jewish people is the state of Israel. So many people are coming to that conclusion. And so
Fact check
we are in a
Drew.
historic moment that is shifting, and it's leaning, it's being forced towards progressive ideas. It's being forced towards socialist ideas. And intervening with this political campaign has been really interesting. Someone asked me earlier,
Nick Fuentes talks about this. He talks about how, and I think this is a really keen observation on his part. He talks about how, oh, yo, Tolkien fan, thank you for the super chat. Update on my coworker, Paul. He told me him and his wife are looking into homeschooling next school year after watching your channel on YouTube. Love your channel. You love your... Thank you, Tolkien fan. Yay! That's awesome, guys. Listen, I think one of the proudest moments like I have about doing what I do is I get notes like this on a pretty regular basis where I know that so many parents have taken their kids out of public school because of the content that I've shown them and because of what we do here. And so there's nothing that makes me happier than when I hear another person has like decided to homeschool their kid, because really getting your kids out of the public schools is the only way to protect them. Where like the public schools are not fixable. People need to understand that homeschooling is a much better option. I know that homeschooling is really really scary for a lot of parents and they think they can't do it, but there's so many resources nowadays and you can team up with other parents that are homeschooling their kids. And if you have school choice in your state and you can get that school choice money, you can dedicate those resources to that. And so just really thank you, Tolkien fan. I appreciate it. That is a huge win. That's awesome. What was I just saying about this? Okay, so Nick Fuentes has been making the point on his channel that what is going on in Israel has basically caused a lot of like right-leaning Zionists to basic, or like not even right-leaning Zionists. It's basically caused a lot of Zionists, a lot of like the like, really rich Jews to become more right-leaning. Which is interesting, right? We've got the socialists saying that what's happening between Israel and Palestine and the propensity of the U.S. to give all our money to Israel has made the left more like anti-Zionist, more anti-Israel, whereas it's made like the rich Zionists more right-leaning. So that's kind of like the political, like I really think this is the political divide right now. The political divide is not even left versus right. Or it's not even authoritarian versus libertarian anymore, I don't think. I think it's like, are you a Zionist or are you not a Zionist? Do you want to be supporting Israel and sending them all our money? Or do you think we should keep that here? That really seems to be the most important divide that exists right now. And it's making some really weird bedfellows in terms of like people who are completely aligned around the issue of like, stop sending Israel our money. And the people who want to keep doing that.
To be in the campaign trail as an explicitly socialist person. And I said, I've been a socialist for 30 years. I'm used to whatever comes my way at this point. But the moment is so different. That people are not concerned with socialism. People are concerned with the economy. People are concerned with the housing crisis. People are concerned with the cascade of crises that the capitalist system have created. And they understand that capitalism cannot save them from the crisis that it itself has created. And so people, Karina and I have been into many cities, and there's never been a question about why, like, socialism not being received. In fact, the message is received and it resonates in this particular moment because, again, it is very clear who our enemy is. And our enemy is not socialism. It hasn't been socialism that has 800 military bases across the world. That is U.S. imperialism. U.S. imperialism has 800 plus military bases all over the world. It is U.S. imperialism that has projects like NATO. I know you all probably were following the NATO summit, right? Where Biden, I could, but I won't. Where Biden, said we have to, in some ways, celebrate this alliance of states, as if that alliance of states resolves any of the issues that humanity and the planet have. In fact, NATO, like AFRICOM, like the colonial state of Israel, like the Southern Command, have done nothing but accelerate the crisis of human beings and the planet. The biggest polluter, in our world is the U.S. military.
No, are you serious?
The biggest polluter. And so you cannot tell us that in 75 years of existence, NATO is the benevolent force. That is a complete lie. And so we're in a moment.
Just ignore that momentary panic attack. Never mind what I just said.
Where people are able to make those connections. How is it that during a deep economic crisis, where people cannot afford to buy eggs? I mean, I don't know about you, but eggs are expensive. Where people cannot afford to buy bread, where produce is highly expensive or inaccessible to many communities, you have $95 billion to go to war with China, to go to war with Russia, and to advance the genocide of the Palestinian people in the Middle East, but you don't have money to cover the needs of the people in the United States? That's ludicrous. That's ludicrous. And beyond any type of rationale of any human being.
Is anyone else feeling a little bit worried about the fact that she is the only presidential candidate saying this? She's the only presidential candidate saying this. She has been touring college campuses for months with these talking points. Donald Trump doesn't have these talking points. Joe Biden doesn't even know where he is. The Libertarian Party has an anti-war candidate, but they're completely sabotaging the anti-war candidate. So it's like, I don't know how that's going to be effective. I see a lot of people in the chat agreeing with her talking points. I agree with a lot of her talking points too. And this is the odd bedfellows that's been created since October 7th, since the political divide stopped being left versus right and it became Zionist versus anti-Zionist. She is the only presidential candidate saying this. And she's going to appeal to college students. And I hope people understand that this is a bigger deal than just this presidential election, right? She knows she's not going to be the next president of the United States. She knows that. That's not what the goal is. The goal is to recruit more people to socialism. The goal is to recruit more people to the radical revolutionary far left. The goal is to get more college students involved in organizing now. Teach them how to protest. Get them involved in these small little collective groups in their towns, in their cities. Have them make friends. Have the socialists become their entire social circle. That's what the goal is. That's what the goal of a socialist political party is. It's not to win elections. They know they're not going to do that. The goal of a socialist political party is to give people a social group to join, to become your friend group, to become your influencers, to be the people that are putting on the events they go to, that are putting on the training, that are putting on the education they go to. That is the goal of this. And most of my chat right now agrees with the talking points she's making. Many of them probably agree with her more than they agree with Trump, or that they certainly agree with Biden. Well, listen, Coldwater, this is one of the things I've been trying to tell the Groypers. There is a lot that the Groypers can learn from how socialists actually operate and actually recruit and actually function in the real world. There's a lot the Groypers can learn from this and then just do a copy-paste, honestly. Because these people know how to organize, these people know how to influence, and I'm not saying the Groypers aren't very good, because I do think they're very good. I think the Groypers are extremely impressive with what they do, how they support Nick, their output, their passion. I think that what they do is extraordinary on a whole bunch of levels. But these people have been doing this for literally decades. These people, a lot of these people are second, third generation socialists. They grew up in it. They know what to do. And so I do think there is a huge opportunity for Nick and the Groypers to learn from these people if they want to understand how to do it.
It is logical to capitalism. I've done organizing work around housing rights, against mass incarceration, against policing, in support of immigrant rights, against the war, and every one of those issues that impact our communities in the deepest of the ways has one thing in common. You want to guess what that is? Capitalism.
Oh!
And so if we've understood that capitalism is the problem, why are we out here dealing with symptoms? Are the people in here like down with healing some shit? We're actually repairing the evils that capitalism has created in society? Because if we're about that, then we need to uproot the problem. We need to abolish what a capitalist system has created. We need to reorganize society in a way that is beneficial for the majority of people. Right?
Reorganize all of society.
Do you find yourselves in conversations with people that have some sort of skepticism because there are people that are on the fence? It'd be good to ask them, how do you feel about universal health care?
Bing.
About everyone having access to health care. What do you all feel about that? Bobby said, that's lit. I heard you. How do you all feel about every human being having access to education?
Bing. No homeschooling, no private education.
From kindergarten all the way to postgrad.
Oh yeah, let's just pay for doctorates for everyone.
Everybody's down with that. How do people feel about not having to pay close to 60% of your income in rent?
Oh! How are we not paying any money in rent? Because the state will own the housing and redistribute the housing. No private home ownership. That's how you don't pay rent.
How do you feel about being in a workplace where you can actually unionize?
Unions are all socialist.
And I'll go further. How about you? How do you feel about a constitution that doesn't defend private property, that actually defends the most basic human and civil rights of human beings? the right to
A constitution that doesn't defend private property. Huh. What's the definition of capitalism again? Private property ownership.
food, the right to shelter, the right to education.
The right to food, the right, hang on, rewind a little bit. So that includes, they want the Constitution to include the right to food, the right to shelter, the right to education. What that means is the government would control all of those things. Does anyone here want the government to control the food supply? Does everyone know what happens as soon as the government controls the food supply? That means the government decides what you eat, how much you eat, when you eat, if you eat. Let's just listen to that again.
That actually defends the most basic human and civil rights of human beings. The right to food, the right to shelter, the right to education. Everybody has a good feeling towards these things because that is what
I
people
don't.
need.
Mm-mm.
What capitalism has taught us is that it's easier for the world to end than for us to get that. That's what they tell us. It is easy.
Hang on, guys. I got a couple of super chats I want to acknowledge. I just wanted to make sure we were at the end of that crazy, crazy clip. But thank you for the super sticker. I do appreciate it. We got another one from Southpod. Why don't the ones who use capitalism bail on socialism when they see it improving their Hang on. Why don't the ones who use capitalism bail on socialism when they see it improving their individual lives and circumstances? Because Southpod, the only reason that socialists use capitalism is because they believe they need to survive in a capitalist world, and they use the resources they have that they obtain from capitalism to put back into the revolution to overthrow capitalism, because they really do sincerely believe that capitalism causes all problems and that everyone's life will be better if we abolish capitalism. So even if it does improve their individual lives, what they do is they go, you know what, maybe things are okay for me, but they aren't okay for my neighbor, they aren't okay for my friend, they aren't okay for that homeless guy on the street, they aren't okay for that black guy over there that's like doing crack on a sidewalk. They aren't okay for any of those people. So it doesn't matter if it's better for me. Those people are all suffering, and the best way for me to help those people is to overthrow capitalism. They really do believe that. But I appreciate the super chat. Guys, we are about $30 away from our super chat goal for the day. If you guys want to contribute to that, that would be pretty amazing. We have about 40 minutes left of this, so we still got a ways to go. So plenty of time to get those super chats in. Also, please make sure you mount the like button. If you can't send in a super chat, that's cool, but please make sure you do mount the like button for me to let YouTube know to recommend the video. As a reminder, I do Socialism Saturdays every Saturday at 6 p.m. And let's keep going.
Here for the world to end than for capitalism to end. And the logic behind that is that it is true if people are not willing to fight for it. If we are unwilling to fight for it, we won't have it. But if we're willing to fight for it, we will get it. There has been nothing on this planet that has ever been won from the capitalist class without a fight. The Democrats.
Hey, thanks, Angel Eyes. Appreciate you.
You know who gave us our voting rights? The people who were organized to take their voting rights. And I always tell people, I don't know about you, but there has.
And we just made our goal. We just made our goal with the super chat that just came in from Andre and Angel Eyes. Hey, I appreciate you guys. Awesome job. Always love it when we meet a goal. Now you guys can still send me money. Don't feel like you can't send me money just because we met the goal, okay? I'm worried. I saw communism, socialism in 1990 Romania. Socialist and communist dictators gave an order to his generals to fire on 3 million protesters wanting high wages, capitalism, freedom rights, healthcare. Yeah, I mean, listen. I've talked about this before. I really do mean this. Listen, people right now are giving me shit about the whole fascism thing. They're like, Carlin, you're losing it, Carlin, all this stuff. Hey, Honest Dog Allison, thank you for the super sticker. I appreciate that. You know, people right now are giving me shit for embracing fascism. And I understand the apprehension, but like the reality is, and I've talked about this on this channel, I've done videos breaking this down, I've written articles on my Substack for it. I really do believe that we have 10 to 15 years left tops before we have the violent overthrow of the American government by the radical revolutionary far left. And we're going to have spurts of violence intermittently between now and when the ultimate violent overthrow of the US government happens. But the real violence is only going to take place at the very end. It's going to be like when they have all their chess pieces in place and they make their final move. And I really do think that's going to happen in the next 10 to 15 years. I'm not joking about that. And so when I say that I'm embracing fascism and we need extremism and we need a dictator, it's because right now, there's no opposition. There is no opposition to these people. There is nothing that is going to stop them. The Republicans are not going to stop them. The conservatives are not going to stop them. Trump is not going to stop them. Trump is playing into their hands right now. The libertarians aren't going to stop them. The classical liberals don't even have a fucking clue about any of this. There is nothing standing in their way from winning. All it is time. They just need more time to get their chess pieces in place. It's like they're playing a chess game and they can see the move. They can see it. They're 30 moves out from winning and they can see it. But you still need to go through all those moves, and you might make a mistake here and there, and so it might take a couple other moves. They have checkmate in sight. All they need to do is play the game. And right now, their opponent is like a retarded fucking 5-year-old who's throwing the chess pieces around, has no idea what's going on, fighting with the other chess players rather than actually facing down the real opponent. That's what we're dealing with. That is the problem. And so if people have an issue with me saying I'm embracing fascism, I want a fucking dictator. I want a fucking dictator to come in and to give everyone a timeout and say, I don't give a fuck what you think. We are not doing this leftist bullshit anymore. Because the conservatives aren't going to do it. The Republicans aren't going to do it. Trump sure as shit's not going to do it. The Democrats aren't going to do it. The libertarians aren't going to do it. The fucking classical liberals aren't going to do it. No one's going to do this. There is nothing that is going to stop them. Except for a fucking dictator who just takes things over and is like, time out. Go to your fucking room, leftists. And if you don't go to your room and stop the bullshit, I'm putting you in a fucking work camp. That's what I want. And I feel like I tried to argue for many rational solutions. And what I got when I tried to argue for rational solutions is conservatives and fucking anti-woke people calling me fat. That's the type of like ridiculous kindergarten level behavior that I have faced over the past 4 years. As I've been breaking this shit down, I've been showing people what socialists are saying, I've been talking about their strategy, I've been breaking down their strategy, I've written entire documents outlining here is the roadmap to the socialist revolution, motherfucker. And the response I get from the anti-woke community is literally, yeah, fat. I swear to God. So we cannot trust anyone to save us. I want a fucking dictator. If everyone else gets to throw the rules out the window and just like basically like take their fucking toys and go home, then I want a dictator because I don't want to live in a socialist utopia and I don't want to go through a violent overthrow of the US government unless it's with a dictator that will outlaw all of this shit and put anyone in jail who tries to force leftism on all of us. That is how I feel. Buddy, thank you for the super chat. I've never found a political party that serves my interests. This is the rabbit hole that has no bottom. No kidding, buddy. No kidding. No kidding, right? Thank you for the super chat. I do appreciate it. All right. Let's keep going.
Been an ancestor of mine that died, that was in prison, that was hosed down for me to have a seat at the table. That shit ain't enough. We make sacrifices to have economic, social, and political power. A seat at the table is not enough. It hasn't been enough, and it won't be enough. And so when we come to different spaces like this, people find it kind of hard to conceptualize sometimes that we're not talking about reform. Although we need to defend the reforms that we have won. We have won those reforms. Roe versus Wade, the people want that. Whatever rights the LGBTQ community has won is because of struggle. Because of people like Martha P. Johnson and Sylvia Rivera.
Thank you, Misa. Appreciate you.
We have never been granted anything by the benevolence of the capitalist system. People have fought. And so if that is the case, if reforms don't cut it anymore because we have a Supreme Court that will roll back all of those advances, then it is up to us to be able to create the systems and structures and systems that we so rightfully deserve, and that will actually bring the changes that we need in this society. They tell us, you know, the divide is between the Republicans and the Democrats. I don't know how many of you saw the debate debacle. The joke of a debate. First of all,
the debate.
They don't want these people to be in spaces where people can come in and disrupt, where people can ask questions and someone doesn't have to look at a teleprompter. I'm not going to name names. They don't want that. And so the essence of the very undemocratic system in which we live is being revealed, is being put in display for everyone to see. And what the
Human Centipede, this is the Party for Socialism and Liberation candidate for president. She's been touring around college campuses for months running for president.
Liberals, which are worse than the far right.
Her name is Claudia Dela Cruz.
The liberals will say is that there's a struggle within the Democratic Party, and we have to fight to advance the progressive line in the Democratic Party. Okay, let's talk about the progressive line in the Democratic Party. You ready? 1940, Henry Wallace, progressive. They buried that campaign. I'm gonna speed it up. 1980s, Jesse Jackson, progressive. What they do? They buried that campaign. 2016, y'all know the name. Bernie. What they do? Buried that campaign. And in 2020, what they do again? Buried that campaign. Biden was not supposed to be the one to beat Trump. Biden was the one that was supposed to beat Bernie.
That's true. She's right about that.
The DNC
True.
buried that campaign.
True.
And so we need to ask ourselves, why is it that the Democratic Party is so okay with losing to the far right? Why are they okay with losing to the far right? Because they defend the same interests as the far right does. They want to fear-monger us into thinking, well, Project 2025. I can't do this here. I was trying to hold myself. Brace yourself. Project 2025, it is hideous, it's horrendous, it is scary. But there was Project 2023 that saw the increase across the board of policing in our communities and the increase of police brutality in our Black and brown communities. We saw that with the person that was supposed to, not allow another George Floyd to happen. Wasn't that the deal? And we're gonna have
Hang on, Cloudstar. Hey, listen, I'm gonna be very clear. I am a big fan of royalty. So I wouldn't be opposed to a monarchy. I love monarchy. I think I have a little bit of an obsession. I know all the European royals. I pay attention. I know what they're doing. I know where they're. So like I want. I wouldn't mind. I would take monarchy. I would do it. I want, I don't want like a fucking. I don't want like a monarchy where like I want fucking robes and pomp and circumstance and crowns, and like a castle. I'm on board. Monarchy has a lot of benefits. The reason that Canada couldn't bring in the military on the truckers strike was because Trudeau couldn't get permission from the Queen to do it. And he had to ask permission from the Queen because the military ultimately reports to the Queen. And that's like the only decision that the Queen, well, now the King, but like in that style of monarchy, that and also I like the idea of like Charles was basically an apprentice to his mother for 70 years. He was very prepared to take the role, stuff like that. So I'm down. I'm down with monarchy. At least in a dictatorship or monarchy, you know who is to blame. In a democracy, they do what they want and then blame the voters, i.e. the Iraq war was supported by the voters. Yeah, I agree with you. I think you're right on. I wouldn't mind King Trump. Then Barron could be... No, Barron wouldn't be next. Don Jr. would be next. Ugh.
Biggest expansion of social protections. What did they do? They cut the child tax credit that actually lifted kids from poverty and brought kids into poverty in a high...
What do you think of the monarchy in Sweden, Patrick? What do you think? It's like Carl Gustaf, who's been on the throne for a little over 50 years. And then you've got Crown Princess Victoria next. You got two queens coming up. You got what is Victoria's daughter's name? Is it Sophia? Am I making that up? Anyway, you got two queens coming up after your king, and your king is probably the next to go, if we're honest about it. But you know what I like about your king? Your king has a silver throne. Like that picture that they released on like his golden jubilee or whatever, where the silver throne, like that was a badass picture. I mean, he had all his fucking garb.
Rate than they were pre-COVID. We forgot about that plan? Did we forget about Obama and his legacy as the deporter in chief? So you're gonna tell me that somehow the Democrats and the Republicans don't have the same agenda? There's a difference. And Malcolm X taught us that. One's a wolf and the other one's a fox. The fox will smile at you, will regurgitate language that you like, will talk about the working class, but
well, yeah, Victoria's going to take the throne at some point.
As the Republicans. The Republicans are just blunt with it. They'll just tell you right off the bat what they want to do. You do not fight the far right with the center. You fight it with the left. And you do not defeat capitalism with liberalism. You defeat capitalism with socialism.
What was that? What was that? Did she just say that liberalism is fundamentally different than socialism? You don't defeat capitalism with liberalism. You defeat capitalism with socialism, because real socialists do not believe that liberals are socialists.
And you do not defeat capitalism with liberalism. You defeat capitalism with socialism. And we know this. I appreciate you saying that you do not grant any grace to people that say that they don't know. In fact, there are many people who don't know in our communities, but there's a lot of us who do. And guess what our job is? To let those who don't know. Each one teach one. The conversations around Gaza have become conversations around the dinner table. It has polarized society to the extent that people will say whether they're with you or not. People have found community when they've been isolated from Zionist spaces, from U.S. imperialist ideology. Maybe we need to look for
Welcome, Molly. We're glad you're here.
Maybe we need to look for ideological and political alignment rather than deal with the whole emotional individualist ways that we've been taught how to deal with politics. I'm not here to tell you vote for me because I'm Black and I'm a woman and I'm Caribbean and I'm a mother and I'm an organ. No. That's not what I'm here for. I'm not even here to tell you to vote for me. I'm here to say that it's necessary for the working class to organize themselves, to build an independent movement of working class people, and build a political instrument that will advance our struggles for once and for all. That's what I'm here to say. We do not need any more celebrities in movement. We do not need superficial politics. We need to touch grass. Y'all like that. Y'all been laughing about that since yesterday. We need to touch grass, and we need
to your brain on leftism. I haven't seen you here before, but I'm going to recommend that you stop shit posting in my chat trying to own the libs, because that's not going to get you very far here. The goal of Socialism Saturday, and this is true for anyone that's new, is that we want to understand the left and their perspective and their ideology. You right now seem to think that this person is just spewing word salad. The reason you think this person is spewing word salad is because you don't understand how to speak their language. You are. Don't tell me you're not. You are. I know the difference. I've been doing this a long time. You are in a class to understand what the far left believes and who they are and what their language means. If you have questions, you're more than welcome to ask questions. What you're not welcome to do is do the typical owning the libs bullshit. We don't do that here, because every time you guys own the libs, you're not listening to what they're saying.
Relevant to people's needs. Half of the population of the United States of America does not vote. And you know what? I don't hold that against them. Because it seems to me that that percentage of the population knows exactly the sham. More caught up with trying to survive than trying to engage in this,
No, you're not hearing rhetoric. You're hearing what they believe. You can either shut your mouth and listen and learn, or you can continue to run your mouth, in which case you will not be in my chat for very long. The chat is telling you this. I'm telling you this. We want you to be here and learn with us, but if you are disruptively shitposting, that's not conducive for learning for anyone.
My English and Spanish, but it's like ring around the rosies type of thing. Like you go around, round and round and round, and you never find a solution. They are trying to solve real problems that have to do with housing, that have to do with education, that has to do with the shackle of debt, which is huge in this country. Our people are trying to find solutions. You think they're going to sit there and watch a debate between Doodle D and Doodle Dumb? You think they're going to go to the polls and be like, okay, I'm just, because my parents have been doing that, my grandparents, I'm just going to go down the line and vote blue no matter who. They know the sham this shit is. And they need real solutions to it. And the longer we wait.
Hang on, I'll answer this question. Sainthood says, you don't have to answer if it's too personal, but are you an atheist? No. Do I subscribe to a religion? No. I'm not an atheist. I'm highly spiritual. I call myself a generalized spiritualist because I've studied with spiritual teachers all over the world. I do not ascribe to a specific religion because I mostly think that religions are control mechanisms for the masses. But I'm like, you might consider what I am like to be more like New Age, although I don't like the term New Age, but that's just what people know, because like it's actually older than the Christian Bible. So like if you go back to like the Egyptian mystery schools, that's the stuff I'm into. Like shamanism, that's the stuff I'm into. Energy, crystals, all that New Age woo-woo stuff, that's really what I'm into. Jesus Christ is a figure in my belief system. He's an ascended master. He's not the son of God, so it's a little bit different, but that does exist in my belief system. So I do believe in Jesus and all that stuff. But there are many other people too. So no, I'm very spiritual. I absolutely believe in God. I believe in a lot of things, but I'm not an atheist. Have I tried DMT? Yes. Yes, I have. I've done half dozen ayahuasca ceremonies. I have done DMT. I smoked DMT one time, and it was one of the most intense experiences ever. I shot out of my body, and I saw where we go when we die. I've done Cambo Frog. I've done Palo Santo, mushrooms, obviously. I've done all the different plant medicines, and I highly recommend it. I did not see the gremlins. I didn't. Actually, I know a lot of people who've done ayahuasca, and I don't think I know any of them that have ever actually seen the gremlins. So I don't buy into that whole thing. I am drinking. Now we're getting into personal questions. I am drinking a beer called Jester King. It's the first time I've ever had this beer, and it's called Cool Ship Bloodbath. And this is a farmhouse ale made with coffee and beets. I've never had a beer made with beets before, but it's very sour. And I'm enjoying it. All right, let's get back into it, guys. That's enough of a break.
To be able to build our instruments of working class people, to build our proposal that is economic, that is political, that is social, the further we are from our liberation, the more we are able to give play to the lesser of two evil narrative, the further we are from our liberation. The more we're willing to lend an ear to the splitting of the vote, the further we are from our liberation. It's not about this electoral year. It is not about this moment. It is about building an independent movement of working class people. And any candidate that tells you otherwise is not doing us a service. Politics is not only in the ballot, it's in the streets, it's every day, it's building organization, it's building trust in communities, it's building the confidence of working class people to do for themselves what the state has no purpose or desire to do. It is building our power to become a force to be reckoned with. They laugh at us. And they've done a great disservice to us, fragmenting us, dismembering us. And there is no moment like today where people's consciousness is deepening, where people are wanting, desiring, hungry, and thirsty for change. There is no moment like today to take the steps that we need to take towards liberation.
Liberate oneself from capitalism, free oneself from capitalism. That's what that means.
Mumia Abu-Jamal has been in jail for 43 years. Mumia wasn't trying to get a seat at the table. Leonard Peltier has been in prison for 46 years. He wasn't trying to get a seat at the table. Assata Shakur had to live in Cuba in exile. She wasn't seeking a seat at the table. Fred Hampton Sr. was not killed, and his family was not dismembered because he was sitting or wanting to sit at the table. Eugene Debs was in prison, standing against war. He ran a campaign for socialism, got 1 million votes from prison. Those communists didn't do that for us to want a seat at the table. We want the damn house. We built that shit. That's ours. And we need to let our people know that we're not coming for crumbs, we're coming for everything. There is no reason
we're coming for everything.
He's not essential.
Hang on. Let me show you this. Oh, shit. Oh, it is right here. Okay. I literally have a t-shirt I got this t-shirt at the Socialism conference that I went undercover at. And I'm waiting. So I have this plan to like redo my office and do like a whole red back wall and hang up all my socialist paraphernalia. And so I'm going to be framing this t-shirt at some point and putting it on my wall, but I want to show it to you guys. This t-shirt literally says, abolish everything. This was at the Socialism conference. This was one of the official t-shirts of the Socialism conference. Abolish everything. This is the other t-shirt I got at the Socialism conference. This is a genuine Haymarket Books Socialist t-shirt. Haymarket Books is the largest publisher of socialist books in the country. They are descended from the International Socialist Organization. My point is that when they say they're coming for everything, what they mean is abolish fucking everything. Everything. No politician has ever put food on my table. I mean, I agree with that. Yeah, I'm ready for it too. I need to get it. I have stuff I need to clear out over here is the problem, and I just haven't done it. And you know, someday I will clean my shit out of my office. I will take my beautiful high-end art off the wall. I will paint. Someday it'll happen. Someday.
The Amazon workers are essential. We need to take back what we've created. Amazon was not built by Jeff Bezos. However, in 2023, this man made $7.9 million an hour. While the Amazon workers who lose life and limb in those warehouses were trying to get $22 an hour. And many of them haven't been able to organize unions because they crush those attempts. Is Jeff Bezos our king? Hell no.
Then don't work for him.
Elon Musk? Hell no.
Elon Musk.
Are any of the people in Congress?
Elon Musk.
And so what are we doing? This moment is urgent, and the scale of the problems is huge. And if we don't have the urgency to start moving towards real transformation from the roots, there will be generations and generations and generations that will continue to be enslaved by capitalism. Is that what we want? No. So are you ready to fight for socialism? Yeah. Are you ready for socialism? I know my time is up because we want to get to the Q&A portion.
Q&A! We love Q&A. Q&A is the best.
And I just want to share the importance of political organization. The people that
For people who are new, who haven't watched socialism with us before, usually in socialist presentations, the remarks they're giving are relatively prepared. Oftentimes they're scripted. Oftentimes they're reading off a piece of paper. She's doing this extemporaneously, but this is a political stump speech. You find out what socialists really believe when they have to answer questions. And that's when they really start saying the quiet part out loud.
I mentioned, from Eugene Debs, from Fred Hampton, Mumia, Leonard, they were not acting as individuals. They belonged to a political organization. Capitalism continues to do a disservice to young people in many different ways and forms, telling us that somehow decentralized organization and all these different forms of organizing take priority over being politically.
Milo, this is a really salient point, and I mentioned this earlier, but just in case you just joined, I want to mention it again. This is not about winning political office. Socialist and communist political parties do not exist to run for and win political office because, for the most part, they do not believe that they will be able to achieve the change that they want through the political process. Now, if they can win a seat, they'll take it. It's not like they'll just they'll be like, turn it down or anything. Like, if they can win an election, they'll go for it. But that's not actually the point. The point is they want revolution. They want to abolish the Constitution. They want to abolish Congress. They want to abolish the White House, as we know it. They want to abolish the Supreme Court. They want to abolish the Electoral College. The point of a socialist political party is not necessarily to win office. It's to give people something to join so that they can organize people and get them involved in the struggle, the revolution against the United States government. That is what the point is.
Organized, under discipline, militantly, doing the work day in and day out. And there's a reason why they infiltrated, they broke apart, they brutally attacked political organizations that were advancing our working class struggles. And it's because they fear the political organization of the working class.
See, the political organization of the working class.
It's like the worst type of demon they could possibly see, because it ultimately threatens their existence. We are not a minority. Speaking to what Maddie was saying earlier, we're not a minority. If you think about who is the working class in this country, it is truly 99% of the population. If you think about who is the working class across the globe, we're talking about billions of people. Billions. We are a majority, but there's a small minority that has the economic power, the military power, and the political power. And so building political organization is huge because they're not disorganized. In fact, they are very organized. And the real divide is not between the Democrats and the Republicans. The real divide is between the capitalists and the working class. That's the real divide. And they will never talk about that, because once they do,
the real divide is not the Democrats versus Republicans. It's the capitalists, the bourgeois, the private property owners versus the working class, the oppressed, the proletariat, the renters.
It won't work for them. The fragmentation that they have intentionally done in our communities to say LGBTQ folks, stay here. Immigrants, stay there. You know, if you are single mothers and Black and brown, you're there. That fragmentation helps them. And so we have a huge task, regardless of whoever wins November 5th. We have a huge task. We cannot abandon organized struggle. We have to seek political organization. And that doesn't mean that you have to be part.
Every time she says struggle, what they mean is the revolution against capitalism. That's what the fist means, the struggle. They are in the struggle against capitalism together, the revolution against capitalism.
Of the Party for Socialism and Liberation, although we want to be able to grow the party in quality and quantity, we want people to build mass organization. If you're a student, organize the students in your campus, in your school. If you are a worker and you're not unionized, work to build that union. If you are in your community and there's several issues, build a community organization that addresses those issues. Because what we want is politically conscious working class people that are willing to fight and build the society we need, which is the complete opposite of what capitalism wants. And we can do it. We can do it. Socialism in this.
What did I just tell you? All right, you're brain on leftism. You didn't want to listen to me. Now you're getting put on the spot. I don't want anyone else to answer this question except your brain on leftism. What is the ultimate goal of socialism? If you had been listening, you would already know. This is only for your brain on leftism, since you want to keep shit posting in my chat and not fucking listening. What is the ultimate goal of socialism? We will wait for your answer, bro. What does capitalism mean? What is the definition of capitalism? What does that mean? You again, bro. What is the specific definition of capitalism that the left has? Nope, that's not the right answer. What is the specific definition of capitalism that the left has? You know everything, right? You know everything. You're the one coming in here shitposting in my chat. What is the specific definition of capitalism that the left has that she is talking about, that she already defined earlier in this speech? No one else answered this question. What does private property mean? What does private property ownership mean? Nope, wrong. Want to try again? Wrong. What does private property ownership specifically mean? Don't give me conservative bullshit answer. Give me the answer that they would give. What does private property ownership mean? And that's exactly the fucking point. That is exactly the point. You don't know. You do not know what the left means when they say abolish capitalism. And the reason you don't know is you are shitposting instead of listening. When the left says capitalism, you were right that they mean private property ownership. And I do have to give you points for that because most people don't even understand that. When they say private property ownership, she's already talked about it in this speech. She means your house, your land, your business, your intellectual property, your ability to own an apartment, your parental rights, and your individual liberties. That is what they mean. Your ability to own a home, your ability to own land, your ability to own a private business, your ability to own intellectual property, your ability to own an apartment that you rent out as a landlord, your parental rights over your children, and your individual liberties, your freedom of speech, your freedom of religion. That is the definition of capitalism, private property ownership that the left has.
This country is not only urgent, it's possible. And it's way more possible than in countries that have socialism. Because guess what? Our issue is not that we are in many ways colonized. Our issue is not that we have U.S. empire necessarily with occupations and military in the ways that is in the global South. Our issue is not that we not produce anything. I mean, we have so much wealth that we need to start thinking from a place of abundance and a place of our own capacity to create the future we want. And so I want to leave you with that. Political organization is where we need to go. We need to engage in the battle of ideas, and we have to engage in the battle of for democracy, because the democracy that we currently have is not a democracy we need. Thank you.
When socialists say democracy, they don't mean democracy like many of you think of it. They mean socialism because they believe that socialism is the only pure form of democracy. Buddy, thank you for the super chats. I mean, yep, they will absolutely own your thoughts. 100%. All right, let's get into the Q&A portion, guys. Again, I just want to remind everyone, please make sure you mount the like button for me on whatever platform you're watching on. Please make sure you are subscribed on whatever platform you're watching on. I do stream Monday through Friday at 5 p.m. Eastern Time. On Saturdays, we do Socialism Saturday at 6 p.m. I appreciate everyone being here tonight. Let's do the Q&A. This is actually a good question, Tolkien fan. Does the global South refer to the people oppressed people of capitalism? No, the global South refers to what you typically might consider to be like third world countries. So it would be like Peru and Venezuela and Argentina. Argentina, they think, is so oppressed right now. It's like third world countries, essentially. And no, bro, you are fucking learning nothing. You are learning nothing. Why are you even here? You're literally learning nothing because all you fucking do is talk. I want everyone in my chat to reply to Your Brain on Leftism and let him know what you think of his idea that they don't live in reality. They just have grievances. That's all it is. They just have grievances. Please let him know what you think, because obviously he's not listening to me. Obviously he's not listening to the video. He's just running his mouth. So let him know what you think. God damn it. I hate it when people come here and they don't learn. I fucking hate it. I truly fucking can't stand it. All right. Well, if they're wrong and you're right, then why are they kicking your ass? Why are you losing so badly to them? This is going to be the last time I acknowledge you, by the way, because I'm starting to think you're just far too stupid to be here. As a reminder, I need people with an IQ of over 100 in my audience. If you don't have an IQ of 100, you're not smart enough to be here. I'm very sorry. It's me, not you. We do smart people content here. We don't do Daily Wire level content. We don't do Steven Crowder level content. We don't do fucking The Blaze level content. We do smart people content here. So if you think that they're so wrong and you're so right and you know everything and they know nothing, then why the fuck are you losing to them? Why are you losing so badly to them? Why are you getting your fucking ass kicked? You think that that just sounded like low IQ? Bro, you're low IQ. You are the one that's low IQ. You are the one that's losing to them. Why are you getting your ass kicked by low IQ people if you're so high IQ and you know everything? We'll wait for your answer. Why are you losing so badly to low IQ people if you're so high IQ and you just know everything and they know nothing and you know it all? Go back to watching Fox News, bro. I don't think you're smart enough to be here.
All right, so I just want to let y'all know how this Q&A will work. Given the time, we got 20 minutes. We can definitely field a handful of questions. If you would be willing, our comrade Hussein here, we want you to line up kind of in this area. We'll take a couple questions at a time and then give Claudia the opportunity to kind of speak on multiple. That way we aren't going back and forth. Let's just get as many questions out as we can. And that way Claudia has time to kind of address what she can. So please feel free to head over that way. Or if you have any mobility issues, please raise your hand and we can have somebody field your question. But I think you answered all their questions.
I'm sure I didn't.
I'm now putting Your Brain on Leftism in a timeout. He can think about that for 5 minutes and he can shut the fuck up and listen. And if he comes back and he continues doing the same old stuff, he's just going to get banned. I am tired of seeing conservative retardation in my chat.
I'm ready. Oh, there. Where's that feedback?
Mic check, mic check.
Wearing a mask. Look at that. Wearing a mask.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I understand that you studied theology and you have a background in religious studies.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering if you could just share how that has influenced your views. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we'll take two, maybe at a time.
Hi, my question is about instant runoff voting or ranked choice voting and what we can do to, because that'd be really help third-party candidates get a better chance if there wasn't that us, the worst of two options, like you said, the worst of two evils.
Okay, so in terms of, I do have a background in liberation theology.
Oh!
In practice and
I fucking knew it. I fucking knew it. A background in liberation theology. We probably need to watch some presentations about liberation theology. It is exactly what you think it is, by the way.
In terms of how that informs my organizing, I was raised by a community of atheists, actually, from Latin America, who found a home in the church. If you know the stories of US imperialism, you know that a lot of folks had to go underground in many of our countries. And some of the places where they found a safe home was those leftist churches, or those churches that were left-leaning. And I grew up in one of those churches where we had folks that had fled the war in El Salvador during the 1980s, who were part of MLN, who were organizing with folks from CISPES and other organizations against the School of the Americas. So my political formation is rooted in liberation theology. And in so many ways, it has helped me sustain my work. It's very, if you engage in organizing, there are a lot of moments of demoralization, and there are a lot of moments where you meet people who fall into cynicism. And to me, and I don't impose it in anyone, I have most of the people that I'm in relationship to are atheists, but are people who are committed to justice and are people who have a vision of the world that I share with. And so I don't often speak about my Christianity. And when I met and had the opportunity of hearing Hugo Chavez, I understood that you could be a socialist and a Christian. And that actually those two things are not in opposition to each other. And it sustains me in a lot of ways in doing my work, because you should be able to see the potential in humanity to transform society materially if you are a Christian. And those people who don't understand that are very divorced from the true sense of Christianity and who Jesus was. I hope that answers your question. And then there was a question around third parties. Who asked that question? I want to look at the person who asked it. I don't know. There you go. So, you know, I think it's important to understand something. And it's that we should live in a democracy where there are many different parties. If we actually lived in a democratic country, we would probably have a parliament, and people would actually get to debate on the floor what their ideas and their political views are. I don't know how many of you followed what's happening in France and the new Popular Front that was built. We have a long way to go before we actually get to that place, because there's actual material, things that need to be discussed and struggles that we need to be able to go through to be able to form that type of alliance. I particularly think and agree with my comrades at the national level. Our fight is not against the other third-party candidates -1, which is RFK, who represents capitalism, who is a warmonger, who will be there for Wall Street, for bankers, for corporations.
That's ironic, because RFK's running mate is a socialist.
Our fight is not against Dr. Cornel West. Our fight is not against Jill Stein. In fact, we're comrades, and there's a lot of collaborations that we've done. But we are explicitly socialist, and there's a difference in that. We're explicitly a socialist party that is building a socialist movement that is anti-imperialist, that is anti-capitalist, that is anti-white supremacy. And so what we're asking people to do is to vote with their politics, to vote with their consciousness, and vote with their values. And we are not disunified with our comrades. Our comrades are fighting and are engaged in this electoral battle from their position as parties or independents. But we are specifically running this campaign as socialists. And if people are socialists and are looking to build more than an electoral campaign, then they could vote for us. We're gonna be in write-ins all across the country. We're gonna be in the ballot in over 20 cities, in over 20 states, I'm sorry. And we're not gonna disappear after November 5th.
Ma'am, I'm here with the coalition to march on the RNC, and I'm wondering if, in the spirit of touching grass and in the spirit of y'all can hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
In the spirit of touching grass and fighting the far right with leftism, will you be in attendance at the march on the RNC on Monday at 10 a.m. at Red Arrow Park?
Tour, so I actually have to be in Atlanta to meet with Southern workers.
She's on tour.
And so I have to be there. But the Party for Socialism and Liberation, which are my comrades and actually have and hold the party line, will be there.
Well, Rottweiler, there was a leaked video this week where it seems like Trump is offering RFK a job in his administration. So I guess we'll see. Bro, I've spoken to you so many times in this stream. My audience has spoken to you. You're not listening to any of us. What we need you to do is to listen. And if you have questions, you ask them. We need the shit posting to stop. Well, you haven't in a while. And this is a learning stream. You are being extremely disruptive to what we're doing with the shit posting. I have asked you nicely to stop on several occasions. My audience has asked you to stop. I don't fucking care if you debated socialists. You didn't even know how they defined private property, bro. So it's time to shut the fuck up and listen. And if you do not, the next time you're going to get permanently banned. I am being extremely clear with you about the expectation. It's time to shut your mouth and listen, or you will be banned.
Yeah, hello. I am a part of a group that's been working to close two of the oldest prisons here in Wisconsin. We have just completely deplorable, torturous conditions in our prisons. And I'm just wondering what you think about as the importance of especially like socialists organizing around abolition and with people combating these conditions, because we are in a lot of liberal spaces, you know, with a lot of different kind of reform ideas, and just how important it is that we as socialists get behind these movements and really push that kind of party line.
Sure. And we need to go to the root of why prison is necessary for the capitalist system.
Oh, capitalism.
The same reasons
That's
why police are important for the capitalist system, which is population control, which is, you know, in many ways, stripping a certain population from their most basic human and civil rights.
She means black people.
And reproducing violence and crime. That's why they're there. I think it's important to understand the private profit motive that is part of the mass incarceration project, that is a project of capital.
Who the fuck are you and what are you talking about? And why would I care if anyone's making videos about me or not? I don't give a flying fuck if people are making videos about me. But what exactly are you talking about? Who made a video about me now? Anyway, I want to listen to this again. So guys, for people who might not know, prison abolition, abolish the police, defund the police, that is entirely from the far left radical revolutionary socialists. And so the idea of why they want to abolish prisons and abolish the police is because they believe that the police are the enforcers of private property ownership. And again, private property means all the stuff we talked about before, but specifically they believe that the police are the managers of private property because the police are descended from runaway from slave catchers, essentially. And slavery was created by capitalism, where people were owned as private property. Some SJW with fake teeth is making a video about me. I mean, best of luck to him, I guess. Anyway, I want people to listen to how she's talking about abolish the prisons, abolish the police, because this is something that is like one of their number one issues. Anytime you hear socialists use the term abolition, they are almost always referring to abolish the police or abolish the prison industrial complex. Listen, bro, I appreciate it. You just gotta calm down. This is more difficult content than most people watch. So I want you to be here. I want you to learn with us. Apology accepted. It's cool, bro. Just relax, okay? Yeah, it will make you angry, Crazy Recluse. Don't worry. Like, we're all here with you. If you want to come over to the YouTube chat, you'll have lots of friends. Or you can stay on Twitter. That's fine too. All right, let's listen again.
And we need to go to the root of why prison is necessary for the capitalist system. The same reasons why police are important for the capitalist system, which is population control, which is, in many ways, stripping a certain population from their most basic human and civil rights and reproducing violence and crime. That's why they're there. I think it's important to understand the private profit motive that is part of the mass incarceration
Private profit
project. That is a project of capitalists, whether they're Democrats or Republicans.
Capitalists.
And they've sold it to working class people as an opportunity for jobs. So places that have undergone the complete destruction of their industries, like Milwaukee, will have prisons being built up, And for us as socialists, we're really clear that the only way to abolish prisons and the only way to abolish policing is abolishing capitalism. Like, there's no other way.
Thank you, Claudia. Thank you. Thank you, Claudia. All the BLM riots in 2020 were about this issue. Every time they said abolish the police, it was about abolishing capitalism. Every time they say defund the police, it was about abolishing capitalism. Every time they used George Floyd as a figurehead, it was not about Black people. It was about abolishing capitalism. That's what this all is. That's always what they're pushing for. Again, just one more time, just to make me so happy.
As socialists, we're really clear that the only way to abolish prisons and the only way to abolish policing is abolishing capitalism. Like, there's no other way around it. People have been fighting for reforms for a long time. If we think about the Attica uprisings, we think about George Jackson and the many things that came after that, the hunger strikes. Like, there is no intent from the capitalist class to abolish what is an instrument to protect them. And so it's one.
The police, the prisons are considered to be an instrument to protect the capitalist class. And we've actually heard other people from the Party of Socialism and Liberation say the police are the managers of private property. In the future socialist utopia that they want to create, the police will not exist. The prisons will not exist. Yeah, this is the socialist candidate for president. Does everyone understand?
One of the instruments, one of the institutions that once socialism wins needs to be reorganized to have Biden in there, Blinken in there. I'm not joking. I'm not even joking. Like, we've been in spaces with
So what happens to the criminals? They believe that if they abolish capitalism, crime will no longer exist because people will have access to everything they need. I'm not joking. They really do believe that. They believe that if they abolish capitalism, private property ownership, then people will have no reason to commit crime because they will already have access to everything they need. Daniel, thank you for the sticker. I so appreciate it, bro.
With abolitionists who have said things like, well, we don't believe in prisons. So what are you going to do with the white supremacists that are actually parading around, terrorizing communities? What are you going to do with them? You're going to allow them to continue to terrorize communities? Or are you going to put, I don't know, like,
I'll answer your question.
You're going to put them in house arrest? Like, what are you going to do? Like, it needs to be able to serve the purpose to defend the majority of the people, which is not what's happening now.
Oh,
what happened?
I've never heard a socialist take this line before. Actually, this is new. Holy shit! Holy shit! She literally just admitted that when they get socialism, they're going to use prisons to imprison the enemies of socialism. I have never heard a socialist admit this out loud before. Now, don't get me wrong. We all knew that was what was going to happen. That's what a gulag is. She literally is saying that socialists are going to use the prison to imprison the enemies of socialism, to imprison the capitalists, imprison the enemies of the people. Replay. This is the socialist candidate for president. I need to go back a little bit. Hang on. Okay. I'm going to go back a little bit. I'm going to start from here. We're going to let it play. I want you guys to hear this.
Long time. You know, if we think about the Attica uprisings, we think about George Jackson and the many things that came after that, the hunger strikes. Like, there is no intent from the capitalist class to abolish what is an instrument to protect them. And so it's one of the instruments, one of the institutions that once socialism wins, needs to be reorganized to have Biden in there, Blinken in there. I'm not joking. I'm not even joking. Like, we've been in spaces with abolitionists who have said things like, well, we don't believe in prisons. So what are you going to do with the white supremacists that are actually parading around, terrorizing communities? What are you going to do with them? You're going to allow them to continue to terrorize communities? Or are you going to put, I don't know, like, you're going to put them in house arrest? Like, what are you going to do? Like, it needs to be able to serve the purpose to defend the majority of the people.
The prisons defend the majority of the people.
What happened, Devon Mitchell.
She just said, we need to use the prisons to defend the majority of the people. That means jailing anyone that is against socialism. Did everyone hear that? One more time. Just that last part.
Allow them to continue to terrorize communities? Or are you going to put, I don't know, like, you're going to put them in house arrest? Like, what are you going to do? Like, it needs to be able to serve the purpose to defend the majority of the people, which is not what's happening now. What happened, Devon Mitchell, Devontae Mitchell, who was just murdered by security guards, reminds me of Trayvon Martin. Like people who have no authority to do anything. Not that.
As a reminder, this is the socialist candidate for president. She's running with the Party for Socialism and Liberation. And Milo has just looked up a fun fact for us. She is on enough ballots to get 270 electoral votes.
The police has any authority to do it. But it's like, how do you live in a society where you have other human beings doing that to other human beings? And it's a white supremacist society that is based on locking people up.
As a reminder, every time she says white supremacy, she doesn't actually mean white skin color. She means capitalism, because socialists believe capitalism created slavery in the United States. Capitalism is private property ownership. It created slavery in the United States, in which people are owned as private property. Slavery created systemic racism. The dictionary definition that was updated by these people in 2020 is not about racism being about your skin color. It is about systemic racism. Systemic racism means the system that upholds racism. The system is capitalism. You might also hear them refer to this as institutional racism. The institution that upholds racism is capitalism, because capitalism is the originating force behind all of this. And we know that because she just said, in order to abolish the prisons, in order to defund the police, they need to abolish capitalism. Capitalism is always the target. If you can wrap your head around the idea that when these people say whiteness, white supremacy, racism, they don't mean your skin color, they mean capitalism, then you will understand the left. Now, I know I have a lot of dissident right-wingers watching now that are new to me. The dissident right wing has different definitions of these terms. Those definitions are valid to the points that you guys are arguing. But what I need the dissident right-wingers to understand is that the far left has completely different definitions than you. So the dissident right wing and the far left, they might be using the same words, but they mean two completely different things. This is not to obfuscate the objections and the grievances that the dissident right wing has around the Great Replacement and, white people essentially, becoming extinct because of demographic changes and all that stuff, and the origin point of that, which is, whatever. That's not a conversation we're going to have today. I just want to acknowledge, because I know I have a lot more groypers watching me. I know I have more dissident right-wingers watching me. I'm not trying to say that your concerns aren't valid. I am trying to inform you that the left has completely different definitions, okay? So two things can be true at once. When they say whiteness, they don't mean skin color. They mean capitalism, which is the system that upholds racism. When dissident right-wingers hear white supremacy, they mean skin color because their concerns are about preserving the white race. Okay, fine. That's just not the conversation we're having right now, all right?
Policing people, we need to be very clear about that. And so there are human beings who need to be put away for a little while. But those not our working class people. It's not the people that are, struggling with addiction, which a lot of the folks there are there because of that.
There are people that just need to go to jail.
Conditions and have mental crises and then are locked up. Those are not the people. You shouldn't be locked up because you're poor. Trump should be locked up. How many indictments? There are people who should be put away, and it is not our people. But we have a system. We have a system that benefits from having us in there. And so we need to reorganize society and abolish capitalism, to be in the way of abolishing prisons, to be in the way of abolishing policing. But until we do that, we need to really think about why they're there and the struggle that we actually engage in.
All right, I want to go back to the beginning of that. I know this is a little bit tedious, but this is just what we do on this stream, guys. We listen to things multiple times. There was a lot in that. There was a lot. She talked about how abolishing prisons is this, they need to abolish capitalism to abolish the prisons. She talked about how they want to lock up anyone that's against socialism, like their political enemies, basically. They want to repurpose prisons to lock up their political enemies. They include Biden and Anthony Blinken in their political enemies. They also talked about locking up Trump. They talked about the fact that prisons are capitalist enterprises. So there was a lot in that clip, and I just want to go back and play it from the beginning so that we can hear the whole thing, so you guys can hear the whole span of it. But as I go back and find the beginning of that clip, I just want to put it out to the chat. Does anyone have any questions about any of the prison stuff or the prison abolition stuff that we've talked about in terms of breaking down this clip? Does anyone have questions about anything that I've said in regards to the prison abolition piece? And we will listen to the whole clip again, and I won't interrupt and do commentary because I want people to hear it just from start to finish. Because there was just a lot in that. She said a lot of the quiet part out loud. Okay, let's just listen.
People combating these conditions, because we are in a lot of liberal spaces, you know, with a lot of different kind of reform ideas, and just how important it is that we as socialists get behind these movements and really push that kind of party line.
Sure. And we need to go to the root of why prison is necessary for the capitalist system. The same reasons why police are important for the capitalist system, which is population control, which is, you know, in many ways, stripping a certain population from their most basic human and civil rights and reproducing violence and crime. That's why they're there. I think it's important to understand the private profit motive that is part of the mass incarceration project, that is a project of capitalists, whether they're Democrats or Republicans. And they've sold it to working class people as an opportunity for jobs. So places that have undergone the complete destruction of their industries, like Milwaukee, will have prisons being built up, you know? And for us as socialists, we're really clear that the only way to abolish prisons and the only way to abolish policing is abolishing capitalism. Like, there's no other way around it. People have been fighting for reforms for a long time, you know? If we think about the Attica uprisings, we think about George Jackson and the many things that came after that, the hunger strikes. Like, there is no intent from the capitalist class to abolish what is an instrument to protect them. And so it's one of the instruments, one of the institutions that once socialism wins, needs to be reorganized to have Biden in there, Blinken in there. I'm not joking. I'm not even joking. Like, we've been in spaces with abolitionists who have said things like, well, we don't believe in prisons. So what are you gonna do with the white supremacists that are actually parading around, terrorizing communities? What are you gonna do with them? You're gonna allow them to continue to terrorize communities? Or are you gonna, I don't know, like, you're gonna put them in house arrest? Like, what are you gonna do? Like, it needs to be able to serve the purpose to defend the majority of the people, which is not what's happening now. What happened, Devonte Mitchell, who was just murdered by security guards, reminds me of Trayvon Martin. Like people who have no authority to do anything, not that the police has any authority to do it, but it's like, how do you live in a society where you have other human beings doing that to other human beings? And it's a white supremacist society that is based on locking people up, policing people. We need to be very clear about that. And so there are human beings who need to be put away for a little while. But those not our working class people. It's not the people that are, you know, struggling with addiction, which a lot of the folks there are there because of that, or struggling with mental health conditions and have mental crises and then are locked up. Those are not the people. You shouldn't be locked up because you're poor. Trump should be locked up. How many indictments? Like, how many? Like, there are people who should be put away, and it is not our people. But we have a system. We have a system that benefits from having us in there. And so we need to reorganize society and abolish capitalism to be in the way of abolishing prisons, to be in a way of abolishing policing. But until we do that, we need to really think about why they're there and the struggle that we actually engage in.
All right. I did see a few questions come in, but I wanted to let that whole clip play. Mark wants to know, she was defending the indictments while saying the system should come down. How do they square that? Because they want to use the prisons to house the enemies of socialism. Trump is an enemy of socialism. Trump is an enemy of the left. So she's perfectly fine using the system to imprison enemies of the left. She just doesn't want to imprison any of the oppressed. That's how they square it. You can't assume that these people are principled. You need to understand, well, no, I shouldn't say that. You cannot expect these people to adhere to a consistent principle beyond anything about abolishing capitalism is good. Anything that upholds a socialist society is good. That is their ultimate core value. Uphold a socialist society, abolish capitalism. That's it. They will do anything required to achieve that, even if it seems unprincipled, like using the prison system that they want to abolish in order to imprison their political enemies. But because their value system is completely different, all they care about is abolishing capitalism, implementing and upholding a socialist utopia. They're perfectly fine with imprisoning Trump. They're perfectly fine with imprisoning Biden. They're perfectly fine with imprisoning Anthony Blinken, who were all mentioned by her as people who need to become political prisoners. But they want to release everyone else, and that goes to your other question, Mark. Do they just release everyone, or do they re-adjudicate? No, they're going to release everyone except for the enemies of capitalism. Excuse me, not the enemies of capitalism, the enemies of socialism, except for the enemies of socialism, except for the enemies of the left. Those are the ones who will stay in prison. Everyone else will go free. How can prisons be a function of capitalism and a socialist solution at the same time? Because the prisons are going to be used, as she said, to imprison the enemies of socialism. They are repurposing the prisons, or they want to repurpose the prisons to imprison the enemies of socialism. That is how they're a socialist solution. Does that make sense to everyone? Janet, thank you for the super chat. Instead of prisons as a means of oppression, it will be prisons as a means of revolution. That's exactly right, Janet. Exactly right. Thank you for the super chat. Let me just scroll through the chat, see if I missed anything. I want to make sure I get all the questions about this. This is a really important point, guys. Again, I've never gotten a socialist on video saying they're going to use prisons to imprison their political enemies. What a clip. That's definitely the clip of the night. And this is why every Saturday at 6 p.m. we gather to watch socialism in its full form from start to finish. Because we hear them say things like, we want to repurpose prisons to imprison our political enemies. And probably before this stream is over, someone watching this stream right now will have stolen this clip and put it on Twitter, and James Lindsay will have retweeted it, and Not the Bee will do a whole story on it before I've even done this stream, because we took the time to watch socialism, and James Lindsay's followers only take the time to watch my streams and then steal my shit. You're welcome. If anyone sees this clip on the internet later, know where it came from. It came from here, because we are the only people on the internet who take the time to watch and take the time to listen. Let's wrap up, guys. We got about 10 more minutes of the presentation. It doesn't matter if I have a watermark, because what they do is they watch my stream to find the parts that I'm talking about, and they just clip those parts even before I'm done the stream. Doesn't matter if I have a watermark or not. They can go directly to the source video and find the same things, and that's what they do.
So I know on your campaign profile, you talk about being a mother, and I think Karina also mentions that. And I became a parent like a year and a half ago, and that thank you. And that was like a really important like turning point for me in my.
I bet that's a trans person.
Inspiration to do something in the world, and I would like to. I think I don't hear that talked about in this space a lot, and so I'd like to hear like what parenthood has meant for you, and like how that has informed your decisions and your path on this journey?
That's a really good question. I have a 9-year-old who's really going on 14. I am not even joking. And I think I had my child a little bit later in life, according to the norms of society. I had my child at 34. And after a long struggle with my consciousness in terms of whether I wanted to bring an actual human being into the chaos that this society is.
Claudia Dela Cruz is her name.
I re-encountered, because I had read the autobiography of Assata Shakur, and I reread that. And I was also in the process of, like, I was doing a study with other young people, and I was reading Layla Khaled's autobiography.
Really?
We were doing a study of, like, revolutionary women. And both these women actually
I wouldn't have thought of that. That's
how
funny.
important it is for women to be able to be everything that we want to be. And if that is being a mom, then why should we allow capitalism to dictate whether we can be or not?
So why is he wearing a mask? I actually have an article up on the Substack, carlin.substack.com, link in the description below, specifically saying why socialists wear masks. It's typically not to hide their identity. Remember, they're in a socialist space right now. They're with other socialists. They don't need to hide their identity. Now, the college protests, they were using masks to hide their identity because they were trying to protect themselves from getting expelled from school. But when they're in socialist spaces, they don't need to hide their identity. Typically, what is going on with the masks is they believe it's a form of collective care, where if they're sick, or a lot of them really do still believe that the COVID pandemic is happening. They really do believe that. That's not like fake. But if they're feeling sick or something, they believe it is their obligation to the collective in order to protect other people from getting sick. So people who are immunocompromised can show up, stuff like that. So you aren't seeing a lot of masks in this crowd. It could be that guy just wearing the mask. He maybe just has a cold or something and he doesn't feel good. And so he really does believe it's his community obligation to the collective to wear the mask to shield other people from getting sick. They talk about this at their events. And so that might be it. I don't think he's hiding his identity. Because again, why would he? He's in a socialist space right now.
And I understood it as being a revolutionary act, and I've approached it in that manner. So I have a 9-year-old that understands and knows what's happening in Palestine.
No. It is not a virtue signal. It's not a virtue signal at all. They genuinely believe these are collectivists. These are not individualists. The right thinks this is a virtue signal because the right doesn't understand the left. These are collectivists. They believe they are part of a community. They are one cog in the overall machine. They believe it is their responsibility to care for other people in the community. This is called collective care. This is why they want universal health care. These are true believers of this ideology. These are not people who are virtue signaling. Why would he need to virtue signal? He's in a room with other socialists. They really do believe they are protecting each other by wearing the mask. Okay, one more. Hey, thank you for the super chat, Southpaw. Thank you for all the support tonight. I'm like really tall, bald, and I look like a biker. I'm highly identifiable. How would I go undercover at events like this? Wear a hat. Just wear a hat. That's what I did. Listen, when I went undercover at the Socialism Conference, which is one of their big conferences that they do in Chicago in September, and I'm not going this year, but I did go last year. I was preemptively banned from the Socialism Conference because they know my content. They didn't want me there. And so they emailed me before the Socialism Conference and they preemptively banned me from attending. I had already registered under a fake name. So what I did was I literally wore this hat. This hat is a remnant from the Socialism Conference. And I got these glasses, which I had never worn these publicly before, so they had never seen them before. So I literally got a hat and glasses, and that was it. And I was there for 3 days, and they didn't recognize me, even though they had preemptively banned me from attending. And so, listen, if you want to go undercover at these things, I would like to talk to any people that want to go undercover at these things, because I do want to get more like going undercover at these things and recording them is absolute gold, but you also have to be careful about how you do it. Because you are putting yourself among Antifa. You are not everyone at these things is Antifa, but a lot of them are. I also did someone saying look gay. I also actually did wear a chest binder. I dress non-binary. If you're going to go undercover at these things, you have to know that you have to, Socialism Saturday is going to be your best preparatory vehicle. No, this is horrible advice. Bro, shut the fuck up. Can you please shut the fuck up? You don't understand what the fuck you're talking about. This is horrible fucking advice. Says someone who has never been at a leftist event in his fucking life. Socialism Saturday is one of your best preparation vehicles for going undercover at these events, because when you go undercover at these events, you have to sit through a lot of bullshit. I had to sit in a room with hundreds of other socialists for 8 hours a day, 3 days in a row, listening to socialism. If you think that that's a fun thing to do, and I watch socialism for a living, if you think that's a fun thing to do, bro, I was about ready to shoot myself in the head. Figuratively, not literally, but I really didn't want to be there anymore at the end. You need to train yourself to be able to sit through their content without making a face, without yeah, I do audio only recording. I don't do video recording. I wear multiple audio recorders on my body. I have audio recording necklaces. I have things I have put in my pocket. I have other things. There are all sorts of recording devices you can get. I've always found audio recording to be sufficient. But the biggest challenge is not even the recording. The biggest challenge to doing this is to sit there and listen without reacting. I have heard some of the craziest shit you will ever hear in your life. I literally got possessed by a demon in the last undercover thing I did. I was sitting in the front row of a presentation about how multiple personality disorder is a gender identity. And I got possessed by a fucking demon in the course of that presentation. You can find the video, I talk about it. I really did. I got possessed because I was so freaked out by multiple personality disorder being a gender identity. Something snapped in my brain, but I had to sit there in the front row the entire time, not laughing, not mocking anything, not having any reaction at all. That is the hardest part of this. If you're going to go undercover at these events, you can't react. You can't call them crazy. You can't have an outburst. You have to sit there and take it like you agree with them. And you just have to nod and smile and go along with it. And there's going to be sessions that you sit in on where you have to participate. So not only do you, they do small group exercises all the time where you have to talk to other socialists. You can't blow your identity when you do that. So you have to learn how to speak socialist. You have to and again, watching socialism is one of the best ways to learn how to do this. You have to go in there and speak their language and know what ideas to go along with. You cannot be like a typical conservative would do and scoff at everything and make faces and make wisecracks. You can't do this you can't say to them, do you realize real socialism hasn't been tried? You're going to get kicked out like that. And not only would you get kicked out, you might get the shit kicked out of you. If you want to go undercover at these events, it's more than possible to do it. But the advice I would give people, honestly and truly, is that you have got to take it seriously. Because these people will beat the shit out of you if they find out what you're doing. The vast majority of people at the last 2 events I went to were like mentally deranged. They were either mentally ill or they were Antifa for real. Actually, the first one I went to too. The first one I went to had absolutely had Antifa there. They cannot find out who you are. They cannot find out what you're doing. You have got to take it seriously. And I know people see me going undercover at things, and sometimes I do things with like a dry humor, and sometimes I kind of make fun of it. And so they might think it's easy, but you also have to keep in mind, I have literally watched these people for thousands of hours. I know how to speak their language backwards and forwards. I know how to sit here. We've been streaming for almost 4 hours. I know how to sit here for 4 hours and listen to them without having a severe emotional reaction. I take it very seriously. And if you're going to go undercover at their events, you need to take it very seriously because you could get hurt and you need to know that and you need to be aware of that. Andy No has threats on his life made all the time. Okay? So if you want to go undercover, you can do it. And and honestly, I know I've just talked very seriously about it for like 10 minutes. Honestly, though, going undercover is so much fun. It's so much fucking fun. The adrenaline you get when you record them saying something absolutely batshit insane and you know in your head you got that recording and you're like, oh my fucking God, I can't wait to share this with everyone. It's awesome. It is the best feeling in the world. It is so fucking fun. It feels so fucking good. And so I don't want to diminish that. I love going undercover. But you also have to be aware you are putting yourself in physical risk and you have to take it seriously. And if you don't take it seriously, then you could get hurt. And I don't want that for anyone. And I certainly don't want that on my conscience, okay? Yeah, this is true. Every time I go undercover, I don't take any IDs. I don't take any credit cards. I have nothing. I have nothing except for cash. That's it. Take it seriously. Oh, Claudia went to Columbia? I know we're shocked about that. Hang on, I did see a super chat come in, guys, from a Liz. In January, she did a debate with Jill and Chase. Oh, shit. Did she really? Yeah, we should watch that, Liz. I appreciate that. Good call out. Thank you for the super chat. All right, let's wrap up, guys.
I have a 9-year-old who I speak to and I say, do you think you are up to going to a protest? And he picks up the bullhorn and says, can I use the bullhorn? I have a child that sees people that are protesting and says, are they comrades?
Comrades.
And so he's adapting the history, the language, the energy of the politics and values that I am so drenched with. And I think that is our task as parents, to be able to deconstruct the misery, the hopelessness that this society imposes on us and actually create a path of hopefulness. When my kid goes into a room like this, he feels at home and he will have a conversation with everybody that lends him an ear. And he's not necessarily talking about Disney. He's talking about the different types of poor and how they look, right? And so I think it's our job. Capitalism won't do that. So for me, assuming motherhood was kind of like, okay, this is another level of political organization. and to me, as an experiment, is not easy because you have a whole system and structure that will try to impose their ideas on that child through the media, through the movies they watch, through everything. We can't rob them of the opportunity of being children in this system, but we do have to provide clarity and orientation and facilitate their growth. My child watches, superhero movies. But then I ask him, do you think Killmonger was actually the revolutionary one? And he's like, yeah, I don't know why Black Panthers think. Right? So like we
That's
make
their
those
video,
spaces,
not mine.
educational spaces, and I think for me it's just made me be more humble and be more grounded and have and adopt an easier way of communicating so that he could also understand why I do what I do and not feel robbed of the time that I spend doing this work.
Hi. It's definitely impossible to know, but where do you think, or which countries or what parts of the world do you think we will see socialist revolution or a chain of socialist revolutions next?
Question: are you willing to fight for a revolution here? It might be here.
It might be here in the United States.
And
it might be here.
Simplistic. I'm not being simplistic with the answer at all. In fact, in 1804, there were doubts of whether the revolution would actually happen and advance. In the USSR, the Soviet Union, Lenin did not know that things were going to pop off and actually a socialist Soviet revolution would unleash. The material conditions and the consciousness in which our people are able to move history. People make history. You know what I'm saying? It's the conditions and is where we are as a movement.
Hang on, I want to just give a fun fact from Tiffany. Someone asked me earlier, when did they start running for president? And I said that I heard about them in November of last year. Tiffany over on Rumble says, De La Cruz announced her presidential campaign on September 7th, 2023, and running mate Karina Garcia are on the presidential ticket for the Party of Socialism and Liberation, a Marxist-Leninist organization. So they've been running for president and vice president since September. They've been touring college campuses constantly. This person and her running mate have probably spoken on more college campuses than Donald Trump, Joe Biden, Chase Oliver, Jill Stein, Cornel West, anyone else running for president combined. They have constantly been touring around the entire country going to college campuses. They're constantly going to all these different protests. They're constantly out there.
Is able to tell us where the revolution will happen. I don't think people were expecting that Venezuela would have a Bolivarian revolution. I don't think people were expecting, and this is not socialist governments, but these are progressive governments in Latin America. People were not expecting for Claudia to win the election in Mexico. People were actually saying
the Jewish president of Mexico.
And she came and blew that shit out.
I wonder why that happened. The Jewish president of Mexico.
A 10-year process of deepening the progressive movement in Mexico. You know what I'm saying? Is it a perfect government? It's not going to be a perfect government because it's still in the hands of the people to build their economic and political project with the times. In the United States, this is a historic moment. My people, I'm not just here to share like empty words. We are living a historic moment in this country. Never has the ruling class been so afraid of the people in my lifetime. They are scared, and the people have accumulated.
Hey, got another super chat from Mercedes. Thank you, Mercedes. If Trump went to speak at college campuses, there would be riots on campus. So what? Feature, not bug. That's actually all the more reason Trump should go speak at college campuses. 100%. Why wouldn't Trump want to create destabilization at colleges? Colleges are completely leftist. So, all the more reason on that one, but I do appreciate the super chat.
Experiences of betrayal with the ruling class. 2020, how many of you got involved in movement post 2020? Raise your hands. People had gone through a lot. Occupy, Trayvon Martin, Ferguson, and I could keep naming them. Breonna Taylor. People had accumulated the experiences of a ruling class that is ruthless during COVID. And so people are, in many ways, I mean, this quote is attributed to Lenin, but we don't know, there are things where nothing happens, and there are moments where years happen, decades happen. Like, decades have happened in the last 10 months. People who have never been out protesting are protesting. People who were never talking about socialism and actually feared socialism and probably had a conversation with you and said, socialism is impossible, it's not gonna, are people saying, we kind of need a new system.
Look at that.
So we're not a marginal element of the population like they're trying to tell us. In fact, there was a recent poll that said 70% of Americans would rather see a third party. And there was another poll from the New York Times, and I'm sure the New York Times did not amplify it, that said that 69% of the US population understand that there's a need for a deep transformation of our economic and political system. 69. And 13 of them believe that the system needs to be torn down altogether. So when you ask me, where do I think the revolution can happen here? If we're willing to make it happen, it could happen here. And I know that this is the last question, I'll say this. Fred Hampton Sr. would say, socialism is the people. If you are afraid of socialism, you're afraid of the people. And Fred Hampton will also say, peace to you if you're willing to fight for it.
All right. Guys, that is the end of the presentation for tonight. We got one more super chat from Mercedes. I want Darwin Awards at the riots for how well they play themselves after the vibrators lose power. They're winning, Mercedes. I appreciate the money, but these people are winning, girl. These people are winning. Let me see if I'll get a better freeze frame of her. What I want people to take away from this is that the socialist candidate for president is extremely compelling, is talking about how people 10 months ago who didn't think socialism was possible now say that socialism has to happen. They're organizing to the tune of being able to collect over 4,000 signatures in a couple of weeks, which is unbelievable. It's the only compelling anti-war messaging that I've heard so far that I think resonates with a lot of people. These people are not stupid. These people are running a better presidential campaign than any of the other candidates. I mean, any of the other candidates, to include Trump and Biden. And it's not, and remember, their goal is not winning. Anyone who thinks that running a campaign for president is just about winning the presidency, especially for a third party, those people are so fucking stupid. They're so fucking stupid. The goal of running as the Party for Socialism and Liberation candidate is not to win the presidency. She knows she's not going to win. The goal is to recruit more people to socialism. The goal is to have a platform to be able to raise money, to travel around to all of the college campuses in the country, to travel around to all the protests in the country, to be able to have a vehicle to give all these interviews, do all these talks, to recruit more people. No, she isn't, bro. They hate her. Socialists hate AOC. They denounce her all the time. And they're winning. But they're not going to win via political power. They're not going to win by getting people into elected office. They're going to win by continuing to recruit people to their cause, continue to convince people that we need to overthrow capitalism, which is private property ownership, and eventually that is going to lead to the violent overthrow of the United States government and the Constitution and everything as we know it to be replaced with the socialist utopia in which she said in this very presentation they will repurpose the prison to imprison all the enemies of socialism. I really want people to understand how real this is. This is not a joke. They're winning. They are in an excellent position. And they're just going to keep going. And so as the conservative right is tearing itself apart, as Trump is becoming a fucking moderate, as I have more people on Twitter right now talking about my weight than what we're... This is actually the truth, guys. This is actually the truth. There are more people on Twitter right now talking about my weight than there are people watching this presentation and understanding what's going on in the world. Really think about that. And these are people from the so-called anti-woke space, who they're supposed to be about fighting the left. Are they talking about the left? Do they even know who these people are? No. You know what they're talking about? My weight. That includes James Lindsay. James Lindsay was just tweeting about my weight the other day. For real. For real. That's what we're dealing with. We are dealing with an incompetent right, an incompetent anti-woke influencer space. Everyone is fucking incompetent. So right now, I view what I'm doing as warning people about what's coming. And that's all I can really do. Guys, I do want to thank everyone who sent in a super chat. We hit almost 200% of our goal, which is pretty great. And I really do appreciate it. As a reminder, I am completely 100% funded by you guys. I cannot do what I do without you. We're going to have a great week of content coming up. Of course, I do stream Monday through Friday on for my main show, which is The Cult. I stream Socialism Saturday on Saturdays. Hey, we got another super chat from Mercedes. Reminds of the Russian Revolution in how Lenin and co. made it sound like they cared for the people. That's exactly right, Mercedes. That's exactly right. It's the exact same thing. Guys, as a reminder, if you want to support the work I'm doing, the very best way to do it, in addition to the super chats, which of course I do appreciate, is by heading over to my Substack, which is Carlyn, KARLYN.substack.com. Link in the description below. And please sign up for free email updates or sign up for $8 a month, $80 a year. This does help keep me in business. I can't do it without you. Supporters on my Substack and in my locals community do get access to a variety of perks. That includes movie night in my supporter Discord. I do take Sundays off from streaming, but we will be streaming movie night tomorrow in my supporter Discord at 8 p.m. We will be watching Inglourious Bastards. If you want to get access to that, head over to the Substack, sign up. Tomorrow, I will send out an email that looks a little bit like this, but it won't be this email. It'll be tomorrow's email. In that email, you will find links to my supporter Discord. You will find access to the community Zoom calls that we do on Monday and Wednesday. You will have all your supporter perk information, and that is only available on the Substack, and I will be posting that information to locals as well. Also, remember, last call. In the Unwoke Art store, which is unwokeart.com. If you just go to the homepage, unwokeart.com, link in the description below, scroll down. This is your last call for Trump merch in the merch store because these are all limited edition items and I'm taking them out of the store tomorrow night. So they were just for the RNC. It was just a special treat. We've got the iconic Trump t-shirt of him raising his fist with the American flag in the background. We've got the mugshot American Gangster shirt. We have the Trump Indictment Victory Tour t-shirt, which has all the indictments on the back. And the piece de resistance, the original. Always get the last laugh. That's what it says. Golden Trump mug. These make great gifts for the Trump lover in your life. And even if you click the view all, I even have Trump wrapping paper. So if you want to give a gift, you can even get the wrapping paper to go with it. But guys, I will be taking all of this merch out of the store tomorrow. So now is your last chance to get it in the store. Guys, that is all I have for tonight. Thank you for spending some time with me. I really do appreciate everyone. Take care. We'll see you soon.